Hello, YouTube investors. Good morning. It is Hump Day, Wednesday, May 12, 2021, and welcome to Pop the Chart. My name is Corey, and I am host of Pop the Chart. First and foremost, I am not a financial advisor, so you have to invest in the market at your own risk. But hey, I will give you the most educated information that I can give you so that you can make the most educated decision in the markets. Boom! Today on the show, we got AMC, we got GameStop. We're going to be covering the SUNDIAL SNDL earnings here shortly, along with, I believe later today, we're going to do the Coupang. We're going to have that as well. We got Coupang's earnings. We got HOFV. We got BlackBerry, Cost. We got DLPN, CIDM, CSCW, WiseKey, PLCR. We got all the crypto stocks, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Doge, SafeMoon. We got it all for you right here on the show. Make sure you click that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Come on in. Juan's in here this morning. Good morning, Juan. How you doing? Woo! I'm ready for another day in the market. We are a little over 3 minutes away from market open on this Wednesday. I hope you're ready to go because I am. I'm ready for another big day right here. Stay with me on Pop the Chart. Also, keep in mind, I do have a live news feed to the right of your screen, also live news at the bottom of your screen, so you're more than welcome to follow along with that. You can see that right up here on the right side of your screen. And then, like I said, we follow SUNDIAL right here, so we're going to have the earnings coming up here in just a few minutes. One says a bloody day. Oh, yeah, the market is kind of just taking a downturn, right? So that's where it's at, yesterday we were hitting record lows with the Dow and, records, lows we haven't seen in a year. So it is what it is. There's not much you can do about that. That's an overall market thing. That's not even just a one stock thing. That's an overall market thing. But hey, at the end of the day, we still got stuff for you. We still got content for you. We still got stuff to check out. We still got fun things to do, to keep us busy until this stuff starts taking off again. Because, at some point, it's got to go back up, right? Come on. The market at some point is going to turn around. It's just a matter of when, right? It's all timing. And we'll have all that for you right here on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Alrighty. For those of you that are coming in, make sure you share the link out. Let everybody know. We're going to SUNDIAL. SUNDIAL is expected to be in just over an hour to do their earnings call. It's 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So expected to do it yesterday, but was all ready to rock, and then realized that it was today. I don't know if they moved it or whatever happened, but I have the earnings, the actual earnings. I will pull up here in just a minute. So they released those already. So. But they were out. So we're under a minute, by the way, until market's open here. Under a minute. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, man. House Republicans voted to remove Liz Cheney from leadership, according to the Access report there. So they finally just said, hey, we're removing you. That's been a very controversial political thing in Congress. So, but anyway, under 30 seconds. We get your countdown here. We get into the market, and then get ready for SUNDIAL. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ring that opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9:30 a.m. and we are ready to rock for this Wednesday, May 12, 2021 stock market today. Here we go. Zooming in, we got the 1 minute chart right now, looking at AMC and GameStop. See where they're at. Looks like it's some it's kind of like indecisive right now. It's like just kind of hanging in there. So then again, there's gonna be a lot of movement. I mean, the market's been kind of blah, so people might be just a little skeptical. So I don't know how big movements are gonna be today, but I know one that I seen that was moving big time was Eyes. Eyes was moving big today. I noticed that this morning on the pre-market. Oh, AMC, boom! I was just saying, it didn't look like it was gonna do much. All of a sudden, bam! Came out with a little punch. Of course, AMC had some nice movement yesterday as well. It's up over that $10 mark, which you know, trying to get up to that 11 something. You know, I said that it'd probably test $11 soon. I said that at the end of last week, so I told you probably sometime this week that would happen. So here we are. It's 10 something. It's heading in that direction. Sundial is heading up. It's at the 70, almost 80 cents on Sundial. HOFV also heading up. Look at it. It's breaking through that 333 market that we had drawn, and here we go. That's look at it, 338. Despite still being kind of down based off yesterday, but it's still moving. But that's where we're at. So as I pull back the music here a little bit, and we get ready to rock. Let me get the filter in for today's regular hours here. All right, so LHDX right now is the big mover. Oh, well, it's up 33%, but even though despite it's coming down, it's had a big move. Look at this. Look at this in the after hours all the way through the pre-market this morning. Had a huge run up, 33%. Previous close at 509. Now it's taking a dip. Looks like right off the buy, so right off the open there. So people were just like, hey, yo, we're you know, probably taking some profits right now on that, but let's go the last 5 minutes, take a look and see where we're at. Not too much to say about the last 5 minutes. it's not giving me much. But as of Sundial, let's pull it up. SNDL. Let's get that ready to rock so we can get some peeps in here. So Tuesday, Sundial Q1. All right, so here we are. Let's pull this over to the side here. Sundial Q1 2021 adjusted EBITDA at 3.3 million. Earnings from operations of 1.7 million compared to a loss from operations of 32.7 million in the prior quarter. Net loss of 134.4 million as a result of 130 million of non-cash amounts reflecting the impact of share price volatility on accounting valuation of derivative warrants. Achieved first quarter of positive adjusted EBITDA on Sundial's history at 3.3 million compared to adjusted EBITDA loss of 5.6 million in the prior quarter. Let's see here. 969.5 million unrestricted cash, marketable securities, and long-term investments on hand at March 31st, 2021, and 1.08 billion at May 7th, 2021, with no outstanding debt. Investment balance of 96 million at March 31st, 2021 in cannabis related loans and marketable securities. Generated income of 15.7 million for the quarter. Gross cannabis revenue was 11.7 million, a decrease of 30% from prior quarter. Subsequent to the quarter end, announced an agreement to acquire Inner Spirit Holdings and Spirit Leaf Retail Cannabis Network. Ooh, so they're an acquisition. So there you go. So Sundial heading up. Let's see. It's up 8% already. And so there you go. That's the info right there. Of course I have it, and then if anything else comes up, I'll pull it up. But there's that. All right, let's get. I'm gonna get the Sundial at least webcast up and ready to go. All right. Yeah, 10:30 a.m. they're expected to do their earnings call. So we'll have that at 10:30 a.m. So just a little under an hour. Alrighty. So one, how's the FSX? How's that going? Wait, hold on. FSX what is this? FX? Ah, I done lost it. FTX. Oh, I said FTX. What am I doing? I can't even. Oh, I'm losing my mind. It's FTX, right? Did I literally forget that I just had did I just have a brain fart? Did it just happen? It did just happen. I went to say, listen, F T. Oh, that's it. I'm going to my recently viewed. It's got to be in here. Watch it not be in here. It's not in my recently viewed. What's going on? I'm losing my mind. Come on, Juan, help me out here. F. It's not FedEx. FTX. Why is it not coming up? Why am I losing my mind here? Or is did WEBULL do something that I don't know about? Okay, I don't know. It's not showing up. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. I'm waiting for Juan. Juan's gonna hit at the live chat in a minute. So FCX, I bet. FCX. Ow! I don't know why I said FT. T and C. I had that in my mind. It's all this sundial, man. All this cannabis stuff's going in my brain. I'm just kidding. It's going to my brain. Boom. Alrighty. So yeah, so I have a sundial, by the way. It's up on the screen. We kind of, it took a little bit of a rip right at the open, kind of pull back here, so that little consolidation right now. But it's sitting at 77 cents. And of course, I have right here, which I'll just pull it up, the adjusted EBITDA. So we're looking at that. Of course, I can read all the deets on that here shortly. You know, they haven't. So they that's what they basically what they released on the website on Sundial. But I have the earnings. I got the webcast already pulled up, ready to go. So as soon as they go live, it's expected to be right at about 10:30 a.m. is when they're going to do the earnings conference call. So I'll have that. Timberwolf says, "Good morning. A little late to the party. It's all good. Hey, it's all good. Hey, hey, better late than never." You know, Juan says FCX. I haven't pulled up FCX. I don't know why, for some reason. And it's G-dubbing right now too, Juan. I don't know why I said FTX. I guess the T and the C, you know. I had cannabis in my mind, sundial, you know. Yeah. Yeah, the THC was in my mind. And then, you know, it threw me all off. Whoa, yeah, feeling it. You know, feeling the sundial. Yo, the last time I did Sundial's call, they were talking about the chocolate. How they were partnering doing some edibles with chocolate. You gotta love some chocolate. I'm telling you what. I might have to just in honor of that go eat some get some chocolate and just, you know, tear it up here in a minute. Like breakfast, chocolate breakfast. Yeah. Boom. So we might have some people coming in here for the Sundial earnings here very, very shortly. So we'll see, you know, how that goes. But I'm trying to remember how many we had on the last one. That's how many people. Again, the Sundial does theirs in the middle of the day, so it's a little different. Of course, I'm gonna do later on. I'm telling you what, we're gonna do Coupang later today. That's expected at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that one might be a big one. That'd be the first Coupang one. Considering we followed Coupang when it opened as well, when it first IPO'd. So we followed that, and now we're gonna have that. So I'm gonna have Coupang later today. I'm gonna get that set up and ready to rock here soon. Probably after the, well, I might work on it during the Sundial call, and at least get it somewhat ready to go. So, but yeah. So let's get it. Let's get this day going. Of course, market not looking too hot in my for our show stocks here that we follow on a regular basis. Not looking too hot. AMC heading in the right direction though. I mean, it's still there, but WiseKey's heading up. We had a little bit of WiseKey. Rockets heading up. Viacom, let's see here. Ship heading back down. Coupang again, their earnings. We're gonna have that later today. And then here's your take a look at the crypto market. Bitcoin's actually down 2%. Ethereum actually way up from what it was. It's 4,310 compared to yesterday, just barely making it to 4K. Litecoin, about the same as it was yesterday, but still showing down 5%. And Doge hanging in right around the same spot it was yesterday. As for SafeMoon's actually down a little compared to yesterday, but it's not too awful far off. All right, sitting there at those all those zeros and an 8 right now. So we'll see. Here's some news here. Biden administration is open to waiving shipping restrictions to allow foreign tankers to transport fuel to areas with shortages due to the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack. White House says, but stopped short of saying admin would grant them. So there you go. So there's that. They're open. It's basically open to it, but they haven't said, hey, we're going to do it yet, kind of thing. Now, here's the other thing. Timbo says, RMED halted. Yeah, and it just literally said they resumed trading. So let's take a look at it. FCX starting to head up, though. But RMED. Let's look at it. Yeah, and then it got halted, resumed, and look where it went. Yes, that's why I don't like halts. That's why I don't like halts. Right there. That's the perfect reason why. Don't like them. Let's see here. Oxygen option alert, June 18th, 12:50 calls. Currently sitting at 10:38 right now. It is up 4.8%. So there's that. Timbo said that would be my state, North Carolina. So here's the thing. All right. I want to know how in the world there's a gas shortage. I get it. Oh, the Colonial Pipeline got hacked, and da-da-da-da. Do they not know how much fuel we put away last year? Okay, I invested in an oil company last year. All right, I followed it like crazy. I still do follow it, all right? You cannot tell me there's an oil shortage. There's no way there's a fuel shortage, oil shortage. There's no way. Oil, it's crazy. There's no way that there's a gas shortage, all right? It's not even possible. You know why? Because we stored like millions and millions and millions and millions of barrels all last year. Stored. They have plenty of it. It's total bull honky. There's no stinking shortage, all right? It's like I got a text message yesterday from my aunt, just kind of being, you know, she said, I guess my cousin or whatever said that the place they were working at, they're having they're buying all kinds of fuel and trying to store it and whatever else and everything else, and some telling us basically go get some fuel while you can because there's not going to be much. See, that's where the problem is, right? That's and the oil's gonna, and I'm telling you, oil's gonna end up going up. Why? Because all these people are gonna buy it because they're listening to a rumor. It's a whole lot of bull honky. And here's the thing, the oil companies, they ain't going to sit there and act like there isn't. Why? Because they're going to make money off of it. People are going to come buy it. They're going to start buying a whole bunch of it. All right, and that's what they want because they have it sitting there. And the more, now listen to this, if people don't realize this, the more you get rid of that supply, I'm telling you, the more that supply goes by, the more they're going to pump. And guess what that's going to do to the fuel prices? They're going to go up. That's what's going to happen. All right, I'm just saying. I know this because I invested in fuel and I followed it, oil, all last year. So I listened to some of the OPEC calls and all that. So like I'm telling you, don't fall into the hype. If you want oil prices to stay down, don't fall into the price or into the hype. You fall into that hype, you're gonna cause the oil prices to go up, and you don't realize that. So if you want oil to stay cheap, unless you're invested in it, if you're invested in it, by all means, tell everybody to buy it up. By all means. But if you're a person that is worried about fuel prices, maybe you should consider, you know, not spreading the word on that. Because I'm telling you right now, one pipeline does not control all of the oil in the United States. All right? Not even close. The majority, like a big majority of your oil, all right, comes from Texas. It's Texas. It comes from there. WTI, and then it also comes from overseas as well. So, but we have so much stored, it's insane. Insane the amount that we have stored. Like literally to the like last year we had so much oil put away that like companies were like, all right, we're just gonna stop pumping it. Yeah, I know. It really only flows the control of it, and that's it. And you don't even need that. You got trucks. There's trucks. Trucks can move it. Jeez Louise. Oh, don't make any sense. I just like, I don't know. I seen that yesterday, and I was just like, that's bull honky. So. Alrighty. So if you're coming in for the Sundial earnings, come on in. I got what you need. Make sure you share out the link. Let some people know. Say, hey, Sundial earnings coming up. I literally said, I just posted on Stocktwits. I said, Sundial investors, I got what you need. I got what you need. That's funny. Oh, so anyway, taking a look and see IHT starting to move again. I guess I should have went with HTs. Oh, sorry. Is it Hertz? Talking about Hertz last year? Gregory says, what's up, bro? How you doing, Greg? Good morning to you. Welcome back to the show. Yeah, get it. IHT started to head up a little bit. Let me make sure that refreshed correctly. Yeah. All right. Yeah, about to have the Sundial earnings call coming up here in a little bit. Sundial Cannabis up in here. No, today up $2 already. Oh, man. $2. $2. Yeah, if you take a look at it, you go to the session movers. The one that I have at the top is RMED, which is up 63.85%. Which we were just looking at just a second ago. Yeah, look at Eyes is up 16.59%. We got Fubo's up 17% right now. Let's see, NMRD's up again, up 20%. So there's movement in the market right now. Again, that's it's good to see that, considering the entire market. I mean, look, the Dow Jones. The Dow's already down 0.5%. Nasdaq's down 1%, and S&P 500's down 0.68%. So crazy to think that they're still heading down. Like, it's like, you went down quite a bit yesterday, and you're still going down. Like, at what point do you turn around and start headed back up? Like, what point is that? Let's see here. So we're talking about LCGN, Ocugen shares see volume trade circulate. Mumbai Mir report highlighting production capacity of companies Covaxin vaccine will be doubled by May to June of 2021. And it's currently 1037, it's a 4.8% right now. So that's kind of in the news. See Chevron. Israel official says country's energy needs will be met after Chevron shuts down gas platform. Let's check that out. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see some of these SUNDIAL peeps are going to be rolling up in here and be like, what up? Should be seeing a few of them coming in. Again, we're getting close, so 10:30. It's 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. AMC at 1016 right now. And once we get a little bit closer, I'll pull up SUNDIAL and make it full screen. Right now, we're just covering the market, see what's going on in it. So, one of my, for those of you that know, that follow the show on a regular basis, know that I coach youth football. And, of course, youth football coming back around here soon, so not too far away. But, one of the other peeps in our football organization just texted me and says, I don't know what's going on. He said, we have so many more kids and, so many more kids this year. They're all signing up. It's insane. Just like the numbers are just crazy. For football and cheerleading. I'm like, oh man. And I was like, I can tell you what happened. I said COVID happened. That's what happened. I said everybody. I was like, last year a lot of people didn't play. They get a chance to. They had to sit out a whole year and da da da. And I said, this year, you know, everybody's wanting out of the house. They're like, I'm ready to be out of the house. I'm ready to go have fun. I said, that's what's happening. I was like, you know, when you're cooped up for that long and, you know, you don't really get to do what you really want to do, and all of a sudden finally you say, okay, you're good, let's go. They say it completely changes the outlook of people. And so, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's like it might help out sports teams a lot more. You know, that where maybe, you know, numbers weren't quite as good as they were in previous years or whatever, you know. Of course, football's been one of those things that's been kind of up and down. You know, you had that, it was really, really up, and then all of a sudden, you know, they had the whole concussion thing, and that kind of hit, and then so forth, so on, and that kind of took a little dip in numbers. The numbers started to, you know, as you know, football started to talk more about concussions, learning about them and how to prevent them, and kind of putting that into the game. More and more people started coming. Then you have COVID hit, and then it's like, oh, now you can't play football at all, or now you can't do this and do that, or maybe you're limited, whatever. And then all of a sudden, you know, you finally get back to where we're getting some normalcy. Everybody's like, let's do it. Come on, bring it on. You know what I mean? That's where we're at. Alrighty, we are we're less than let's see what we got, less than 28 minutes. So almost 27 minutes until the earnings call. We'll have that coming up here shortly. Sundial. All right. So I'm curious, how many of you been dabbling in that crypto game? Timberwolf, you been getting in on crypto? I don't know if I had a chance to talk to you about that yesterday or not. Crypto. Greg, what you get into? My friend, what you get into? A little dabble in the crypto game? AMC getting a little pop. Look at that. 1025. Let's see what's going on here. Uh-oh. Everybody's like, it's the start of the squeeze. Oh. Alrighty. So here we go. Whoa, AMC taking off. Boom, boom, boom. Look at it. All of a sudden, AMC just said, hey, let's go. So we got some peeps rolling in here. By the way, welcome to the live stream. Welcome to Pop the Chart. My name is Corey. I'm the host of the channel. We're gonna have the SUNDIAL earnings call here in just a few minutes. I'm already logged in, ready to go. So as soon as that gets up and running, we will have that. Be sure to share out the link. Let some people know. Say, come on in, come join the stream. Watching AMC just take off all of a sudden. It just said, "Yo, let's go!" Boom, boom, boom. That's craziness. It's just all of a sudden just, and I'm not seeing anything for it. Nothing's coming across. But I mean, it could just be maybe someone just bought a bunch of shares all of a sudden. Just the 15 just starts moving away from that 200. Setting a high of $10.55 today, right now on AMC. It's craziness on that big pop right there on the chart. And then for those of you that are coming in for SUNDIAL, come on in, welcome. We are getting ready for the earnings call. We'll have that. It goes live at 10:30 a.m. Share out the link. Let everybody know. Say, come on in, come join it. Let's see how many SUNDIAL peeps we can get up in here. Let's see if we can set a record. Let's see here. Overall records from BlackBerry, they did almost 300 people in here. They did the, and then AMC not far behind. We had, they're close to, well, it was 200. They're close to 200 in there. So, but BlackBerry has the overall record as far as people in the live stream. So we got 12 peeps up in here. Make sure you hit that like button. If you haven't subbed to the channel yet, make sure you hit the subscribe button. I do the show each day, market open through market close. I'll also be doing an earnings call later today too. On our this will be after our regular show. We'll be covering Coupang, so I'm gonna have that set up a little bit here. I'll have that ready to rock here soon. But we're covering SUNDIAL. So SUNDIAL does theirs during the middle of our typical day. So we'll have that ready to rock for you in just a few minutes, 20 minutes. So a little under 20 minutes, SUNDIAL will go live, and I'll have that for you right here. So share the link out, let everybody know. Feel free to introduce yourself in the live chat. Come on in, say hi. All my regulars in here too as well. So come on in. And I got SUNDIAL right here, and I'll pull them up. I was just taking a look at AMC because it kind of, and I'll bring SUNDIAL up full screen once we get a little closer here. So we'll have that for you. But currently sitting at 75 cents right now. Of course, I invested in it during the last earnings call. You know, I've kind of been diamond hands on SUNDIAL ever since. But But yeah, so, but here's the thing. Yeah, it did look like, based on some of the information that they provided, that they did reduce you know, the loss that they had from previous years. So it looks like they're heading in the right direction with the company. So I'm curious to see what they say, see if there's anything new. I know the last earnings call they talked about chocolate. That was the big thing, chocolate, you know, edibles and things like that. So that's kind of interesting. IHT heading up again. It's at 10% the last 5 minutes on my movers and gainers tool, which is right here on your screen. It's currently sitting here at 8:58. So we've been following that as well. Biggest session movers right now. Top session movers, 59% on RMED. So RMED is moving again. And so that one up 59%. Big decliner though, ARRY, Array Technology, looks like he's down 33% today. So far, that is your big movers and gainers. So come on in, say hi, introduce yourself. Welcome to the show. Big shout out to some of the peeps on Stocktwits, by the way, that like some of the posts. We had looks like Rami, and then we had Ninja Hawk Trader, Mick E Mouse. I like the name. Actually spelled out that way, Mick with the letter E Mouse, like that. And then Moon Dweller, thank you. KCAC Fortune. So yes, boy 23. All you peeps, thank you so much for hitting that like button on Stocktwits too as well. You can follow me on Stocktwits. There's a link in the description for my Twitter, Stocktwits, whole 9 yards. So you can follow me on there. There's also links to like my live news feed, as well as the movers, gainers tools, and stock screeners and all that jazz. It's all in there, as well as some of the crypto game, which have been following crypto. You can see on your screen there's Safe Moon. We've been following Safe Moon. If I scroll down here, you can see we follow some of the regular crypto. We got a Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Doge. So you can see where those are at as well. Keep you updated right here on the show. All right. All right, we are in. I am into the webcast. I just got logged in. I'm gonna go ahead and bring that over. All right, so we have this. I'm gonna fix this on the screen or whatever, get everything ready to rock. So we do have that. There we go. I think that will do. That will do right there on the screen. Rami says it's is it $3 yet? Is it $3 yet? Oh, try to get there. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you. Welcome to the show. Be sure to share out the link. Let everybody know. So come on in. We're gonna have Sundial here coming up here in just a few minutes. I'm actually going to go ahead and go to the full screen on Sundial. So we'll pull it up. SNDL, here we go. So we're going to follow it. And then I have the, here's the info right here. For those of you, I'm going to go ahead and read it again. Let some people know. Say, come on in. We got less than 15 minutes, but I'm going to go ahead and read this one more time for you. For the Sundial Q1 2021 adjusted EBITDA of $3.3 million. Earnings from operations of $1.7 million compared to a loss from operations of $32.7 million in the prior quarter. Let's see here. Net loss of $134.4 million as a result of $130 million of non-cash amounts, reflecting the impact of share price volatility on accounting valuation of derivative warrants. They had achieved first quarter of positive adjusted EBITDA in Sundial's history. That's huge. First positive quarter adjusted EBITDA in Sundial's history. They had to have $3.3 million compared to the adjusted EBITDA loss of $5.6 million in the prior quarter. Then they had $969.5 million of unrestricted cash, marketable securities, long-term investments on hand at March 31st, 2021, and $1.08 billion at May 7th, 2021, with no outstanding debt. Investment balance of $96.0 million at March 31st, 2021 in cannabis-related loans and marketable securities generated income of $15.7 million for the quarter. So there you go. So that was the release. I think some of this came from the Sundial actual website. I believe they released that for you. It's yesterday, so we had that. So I'm just interested to see what they say, if there's anything new, interesting that comes across the wire. And again, welcome to all the new peeps to the channel. If you're new, make sure you hit that like button. The like button does help out. It does move the channel up a little bit in the in the YouTube algorithm, kind of helps it out. So make sure you click that for me. Smash the like button. Also, if you're new to the channel, you want to subscribe. I do the show each day, market open all the way through market close. Also has some, I do earnings calls, things like that. So there's all kinds of information for you that I provide. So content, first and foremost, I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't tell you what to do with your money. You got to make your own decisions. But with that being said, I will give you the most educated information that I can give you, and that's what I try to do here on Pop the Charts. So make sure you hit that subscribe button if you'd feel like joining the show on a regular basis as well. So I appreciate it. And again, thank you to each and every one of you for coming in and join the show. I mean, like I said, come on in, hit the live chat up. We got some peeps in here, live chat. Come on in, introduce yourself. Let's get into it. Sundial earnings coming at you here in just a few minutes. Rami says, thank you for your time. You're welcome. No problem. No problem. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in and checking it out. So, going to have that here in just a few minutes. We'll be rocking and rolling. Alrighty, yo, here we go. So here's how this is working. In less than 10 minutes, we'll be going live for Sundial. So what I'll do is I'll pull the music down. You have the chart right here. You can take a look at it and watch it live right here with the, you got your level 2s and everything, all rocking and rolling right here. And then you'll be able to listen. I'll turn the volume down. I'll crank up the volume on the music, and then I'll crank up Sundial, and you'll be able to listen in to the call right here live on the Pop the Chart live stream. So get ready for that. We got 21 people in here. Make sure you share out the link to each and every one of you coming in to join the Sundial earnings call. Ari says, sweet, thanks, man. All right, no problem. I got you. Robbie says, I'm in with 62,000. I'm not selling until I get 200%. 62,000. Boom. Get it. Get that 200. Get that money. That's what you got to do. That's what the market's all about. Make that money. Bring in the money. That's right. So, Robbie, all right, thank you so much for coming in. Hit that like button. Make sure you smash that like button. That helps out the algorithm. It'll move up in YouTube. And, hey, more investors may see it. People may come in and say, hey, look. Hey, let's get into this. Check this out. So, again, first and foremost, I'd say, for those of you that are new, I am not a financial advisor, but I'll give you the most educated information that I can give you. So I have to say that first and foremost. But my name is Corey. I'm host of Pop the Chart. Do this show each day, market open through market close. And been growing the channel since March 1st, and almost to 400 subs. I'm almost there, so been doing pretty well. My goal is to get to 500 by the end of the month, so feel free, if you'd like to join and subscribe to the channel, you're more than welcome to hit that sub button and hit that notification bell so you'll be notified each time I go live, which I do Monday through Friday around 9:25 a.m. all the way through market close. And then sometimes I'll leave the charts on too for the after hours and things like that. And then I have some stuff in the pipeline that I'm working on as far as some like shorts. I'm going to do some short stuff for like stock charting and stuff like that. So some technical analysis as well. They'll have that. Oh, look at a little pop right there. Little green candle bar showing up on the screen for Sundial. Sit at 75 cents right now. It's up 1.96%. So check that out. 15 below the 200 EMA right there. Maybe this is the change up. All right. So here's the deal. The last earnings call, I actually invested into Sundial, and then of course, been diamond hands in it ever since. Diamond hands. His hands are made of diamonds. Another thing too, I've been following the crypto game. You can also see up in you can see I've been following. You can see it right here. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Dogecoin. We got SafeMoon. I'm sorry, someone said Sundial, but SafeMoon up in the top right hand corner of your screen as well. Following that. Been keeping an update on the crypto game as well. So crypto starting to it's really started to take off. Crypto. 39 people in here. Thank you to each and every one of you. As soon as we get close to the call, I will turn it up so you'll be able to hear it. Crank it up right now. We're just kind of waiting, kind of hanging in there, checking the stock out. 40 people. Let's see see how many people we can get in here. I'm telling you, the record is BlackBerry. BlackBerry had the record at a total of almost 300 people for BlackBerry, and then AMC had close to 200. So Sundial, come on. I know there's a lot of peeps on Sundial. Sundial's super popular. I mean, 177,000 watchers on Stocktwits. That's huge. That's big. Sundial. Cannabis. THC. Yeah. You got the edibles. They talk about chocolate on the last earnings call with Sundial that we had. So they had talk about the chocolate edibles and all that. You know, it's crazy. I did Virgin Galactic the other day. I did their earnings call, and I charted on the earnings call. I charted just kind of someone asked me, said, "Hey, can you chart this?" So I was like, "Yeah, that's fine. I'll chart it." And so I charted it, and no joke, yesterday morning it did exactly like to the T what I said it could do based on the chart pattern, and so I had to toot my horn a little bit yesterday. I was like, "Whoa, boom, got it, boom, right on." So, but 48 people in here. So, come on in. Come say hi. Join the channel. Welcome. 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes until the call. Eric says, FOI, I came from Stocktwits. Someone posted a link. Oh, sweet. Awesome. Thank you. That's awesome. So I appreciate it. I appreciate each one of y'all that shared it out. Let people know. Come on in. That means a lot. Thank you so much. So, but anyway, here, since we got 45 people, and I'll read it one more time since we're just a few minutes away. I'm going to read this article to pull it over here so I can see it a little better. Again, feel free to share it out. Let some people know. Say, come on in, come join. Just a few minutes here. As far as what they released from Sundial, it said earnings from operations of $1.7 million compared to a loss from operations of $32.7 million in the prior quarter. They had a net loss of $134.4 million as a result of $130 million of non-cash amounts, reflecting the impact of share price volatility on accounting valuation of derivative warrants. Achieved a first quarter of positive adjusted EBITDA in Sundial's history at $3.3 million compared to the adjusted EBITDA loss of $5.6 million in the prior quarter. They had $965 million unrestricted cash, marketable securities, and long-term investments on hand. And that was at March 31st of 2021, and $1.08 billion at May 7th of 2021 with no outstanding debt. Investment balance of $96 million at March 31st, 2021 in cannabis-related loans, and marketable securities generated income of $15.7 million for the quarter. And that's what they listed. I believe this comes from the website. So there's that. Shannon Jennings, welcome. Come on in. Thank you for saying hi. Says, guys, did y'all see AMC short borrow fee? It's now at 92%. Yeah, it's insane. AMC's borrow, yeah, the interest rate on that thing is insane. It's ginormous. They've been talking about that for a little bit. So, of course, AMC got a little bit of a pop a little bit ago. It started popping on the chart there. It's at 1037, went up to like 1055, I believe, just a few minutes ago. So, yeah, exploding. So, Sundial kind of taking a little dipsy dip right there all of a sudden. As we're getting ready for the call, again, it could just be, peeps are like, yo, I'm watching the call, so. But hey, you got the stock chart. It's here. It's live. This is the 1 minute chart that you're looking at. It's updated in real time, so you'll be able to see it. It might be a little delayed on coming through YouTube for you, but at the end of the day, at least you'll be able to see it. You'll also be able to listen to the call here in just a few minutes. I will crank that up. You'll be able to hear it. Be sure to share out the link. Come on, let's get at least 100 in here. Let's get 100 people in here. Come on, let some people know. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button, and don't go anywhere. By the way. After the call, right? Don't just jump out of here. I do the show all the way through market close, so I keep you updated with all kinds of info, so we'll be able to follow along too as well. So hang in there after the show. Sean Phillips says, good morning, Sean. How are you doing? Good morning to each and every one of you. It is 10:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the Eastern Time Zone where I am. But getting ready for that earnings call that's coming up for Sundial here. We'll get here just I don't know, about 20 seconds or so. I'll crank up the audio so you'll be able to hear it. But yeah, I'm interested. I want to see what new things. Like I said, the last earnings call they talked about the chocolate and all that stuff. I'm just interested to see if there's anything new. Like, they always kind of throw a little something in there, a little something. Kind of something juicy, you know what I mean? So here we go. I'm gonna crank this audio down here. Let's pull this down. Let's go over here and unmute, and then I'll crank it up. Of course, we're jamming out some music right now. Sundial's earnings call coming at you in less than a minute. Come on in, and like I said, if you haven't had a chance, we got 51 people in here, we got 14 likes. Smash that like button. Make sure you hit that like button. It does help the algorithm, and it helps YouTube push it up, and maybe some people will see it over on YouTube, be able to come in, some more investors, whatnot. Share the link out, let people know. Let's get it. Hit the live chat up. Feel free to talk all you want in the live chat during the call, and let's get it. Let's see if we can get Sundial to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, say it with me. Drop gorillas in the live chat. Hit it up right here, right now. It's Sundial live, ladies and gentlemen. 10:30 a.m. on Pop the Chart. Should be any moment now. Boom. This is like pump you up music right now. I'm getting excited. Yeah. Yeah, Sundial getting you pumped up right now. Let's crank it up a little bit. Yeah. I'll probably get hit with the YouTube copyright. I swear every time I have hold music, YouTube hits me with a copyright. Oh, this is that Rolling into the Deep. I know what this is. Yeah, this is like a acoustic version of it or something. Check that out. So that Adele song, yeah, they're jamming out. Jay Styles, let's go! What up, Jay Styles? Welcome to the hit up in the live chat there. Appreciate it. Welcome. Come on in. Share the link out. Come on. Here we go. This should be coming any moment at you. As soon as they come on here and go live. So come on, 55 people. Can we get 100? Can we get 100 in here? Come on. Tim Rose said, you're flagged. You just got flagged. Yeah, probably. I'm probably gonna get flagged on YouTube for this music playing. Every time, it never fails. It never fails. It's the whole music. Yeah, I try to do the least amount as possible, but you know, you can't control it if you just don't know when they're gonna come on live. So, Ari says, hit a Sundial flow on the beat. Yeah. Hit it on the beat. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, right here. Oh, it made you think they were going live right there. It was literally like, oh, here it comes. Just kidding. Oh, they got us. They got us on that one. I was all like ready to turn the volume down or turn my mic down and everything. It was like, poof. Here we go. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. Awkward silence. Come on, Sundial. Turn up your volume. Turn up your mic. There it is.
Good morning, and welcome to Sundial Growers' first quarter 2021 financial results conference call. As a reminder, all participants are in listen-only mode, and the conference is being recorded. After the presentation, there will be an opportunity to ask questions. To join the question queue, you may press star, then 1 on your telephone keypad. Should you need assistance during the conference call, you may signal an operator by pressing star and 0. If you are participating online, you can submit a question using the Ask a Question tab on your screen. Yesterday afternoon, Sundial issued a press release announcing their financial results for the first quarter ended March 31st, 2021. This press release is available on the company's website at SNDLgroup.com and filed on EDGAR and SEDAR as well. Presenting on this morning's call, we have Zach George, Chief Executive Officer, Jim Keogh, Chief Financial Officer, and Andrew Storter, President and Chief Operating Officer. Before we start, I would like to remind investors that certain matters discussed in today's conference call or answers that may be given to questions could constitute forward-looking statements. Actual results could differ materially from those anticipated. Risk factors that could affect results are detailed in the company's financial reports and other public filings that are made available on SEDAR and EDGAR. Additionally, all financial figures mentioned are in Canadian dollars unless otherwise indicated. I'd also like to note that we are conducting the call today from our respective remote locations. As such, there may be brief delays, crosstalk, or minor technical issues during this call. We thank you in advance for your patience and understanding. We will now make prepared remarks, and then we'll move on to the question and answer session. I would now like to turn the call over to Zach George.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us on our first quarter 2021 earnings call. We are now more than a year into this global pandemic. Unfortunately, COVID-19 continues to significantly affect Canadians as a third wave is in full force. That said, we believe that there's a light at the end of the tunnel as vaccines are currently proliferating across the country and the world. Our top priority remains the health and safety of our employees. We remain committed to stringent procedures to ensure the protection of our employees and consumers while minimizing disruption to our operations. Despite the negative impact that store closures and orders to stay at home have had on retail sales, we are grateful to be designated as an essential service provider. which has enabled us to continue to operate and serve customers and consumers while so many small and medium-sized businesses have not had the same opportunity. We are pleased to announce Sundial's first ever quarter with positive results from Adjusted EBITDA. This result reflects the continued efforts from our teams across the organization to build a platform targeting attractive capital deployment opportunities while we focus on the continued improvement of our cultivation practices in an immature and rapidly changing industry. Sundial continues to focus on operational improvements and capital deployment opportunities, both of which will enable Sundial to become a stronger and more diverse cannabis company. Since December, we have made a number of investments across the capital structure of public cannabis companies. And last week, we entered into an agreement to acquire all of the issued and outstanding common shares of Inner Spirit Holdings and the Spirit Leaf Retail Cannabis Network. We are pleased with our investment track record, which started with our internal program and has evolved to include a partnership with third-party capital. While we have made several significant strategic investments this past quarter, we continue to see a robust pipeline of additional investment and M&A opportunities. Sundial remains debt-free and has a total capital base including liquid securities, loan assets, and an unrestricted cash balance of more than $1 billion. Today, approximately 70% of this balance sits in unrestricted cash. Maximizing our returns on deployed capital and corporate stewardship are key priorities for our board and management team. At the end of the first quarter of 2021, the company had deployed approximately $96 million into several cannabis-related investments. These investments generated $15.7 million in interest income and fees, including $12.9 million of realized and unrealized gains on marketable securities. As of today's call, we see absolute realized and unrealized gains in Q2 that are greater than that of Q1. However, much of this exposure is subject to market risk and may change prior to the end of the second quarter. In terms of our cannabis operations, Sundial remains focused and committed to its cultivation and processing activities and the improvement of its cultivation outcomes. Revenue declines in the first quarter were the result of the continued growth of the discount segment, inventory monetization across Sundial's Grassland brand, and slower industry sales driven by seasonality and COVID-19 restrictions across Canada. Our negative gross margin in Q1 was largely attributable to aggressive price reductions on our Grasslands products undertaken to optimize inventory levels to align with demand, in addition to maintenance capital items and an unanticipated spike in utility pricing in February. Moving forward, we will be limiting the offering of discount products in markets where we view the economics as neither attractive nor sustainable. Sundial has no interest in pursuing unprofitable revenue growth, and we are unwilling to seek the maintenance of market share at all costs. We believe that the combination of continued oversupply, a lack of differentiation in the majority of branded products, in addition to regulatory and operating dysfunction at many levels, will create a reckoning for the industry during 2021. We welcome this reckoning as the rationalization and regulatory evolution moves the Canadian recreational industry towards greater health over the next several years. We have made progress with our cultivation results, and Andrew will provide more details. But we still have work to do in our core operations to achieve the goals that we have established for Sundial and our shareholders. We continue to see some of our Canadian peers move away from cultivation partially or entirely due to the inability to deliver consistent cultivation outcomes. But we have not wavered with our commitment to cultivation in our indoor modular facility, and our brand promise to consumers is fundamental to our strategy. We continue to maintain our focus on keeping our employees safe and adjusting to market demands. Our strong financial position, unique cultivation facility, and focus on premium inhalables have positioned us for improved performance in the second half of 2021 and beyond. I am excited about Sundial's future and our competitive positioning. Thank you all. I will now pass it to Jim for commentary on our financial results.
Thanks, Zach, and good morning to all who are listening in. I would like to remind everyone that all amounts that I mentioned this morning are denominated in Canadian dollars unless otherwise stated. Let's start with a review of the improvements that we've achieved in our liquidity and capital structure during the quarter. We opened 2021 with $60 million of cash on hand. By the end of Q1, that number was $873 million. And as of May 7th, 2021, the company had an unrestricted cash balance of approximately $753 million, in addition to investments in marketable securities at market value of $327 million, for a total of $1.08 billion when combined. Our outstanding share count was 1.77 billion at the end of Q1 and sits at 1.86 billion today. During the first quarter of 2021, Sundial issued 857 million common shares pursuant to at-the-market equity programs, registered direct offerings, and warrant exercises, for total proceeds of $854 million. Subsequent to the quarter end, the company issued 85 million shares through its at-the-market equity program for total proceeds of $97.7 million. The first quarter of 2021 was a transitional period for Sundial, and we have realigned our business into two segments for operational and reporting purposes, one being cannabis operations and the other being investments. By the end of the first quarter of 2021, the company had deployed a portion of the capital raised into several cannabis-related investments totaling $96 million. During Q1, the company realized $2.8 million of interest and fee revenue from loans to third parties and $12.9 million in realized and unrealized gains from investments in marketable securities. This revenue has been classified as income from operations, reflecting the new segmentation of our operations and the intent to continue to deploy significant capital, targeting a portfolio of enhanced risk-return opportunities in the cannabis industry to provide exposure to attractive debt, equity, and hybrid instruments.
Now, let me explain the net loss for the quarter in more detail. Net loss for the 3 months ended March 31, 2021 was $134.4 million compared to a net loss of $64.1 million in the previous quarter. Effectively, all of this net loss arose from $130 million of non-cash fair value adjustments that are required under IFRS reporting on the derivative warrants attached to the direct offerings that were issued during the quarter. There was no cash impact from the fair value changes resulting from these valuation adjustments. There will be no cash payment ever for the derivative warrants amount that is disclosed on our balance sheet. These two amounts will fluctuate each quarter with our share price until the warrants are exercised or expire. For clarity, management estimates that if this revaluation was done using market conditions as of May 10, 2021, the fair value of the outstanding derivative warrants, which are shown as a liability on our balance sheet, would decrease by approximately $34 million. There would be a non-cash gain on our income statement of the same amount. Sundial continued to strategically deploy its capital throughout the first quarter and subsequent to quarter end. To summarize our deployment of capital in our investment segment to date, Sundial invested $22 million in Indiva Limited, a Canadian producer of cannabis edibles. We entered into a strategic capital partnership with the SAF Group, focused on cannabis-related opportunities and investments in Canada and internationally. The first mandate of the joint venture is a special opportunity fund with an initial commitment of $188 million by Sundial, in addition to commitments from third-party limited partners. Sundial acquired just over 10% of the issued and outstanding common shares of the Valens Company, Inc. Valens is a research-driven, vertically integrated, end-to-end developer and manufacturer of innovative cannabinoid-based products. Sundial also announced that it entered into an arrangement agreement pursuant to which the company will acquire all of the issued and outstanding common shares of Inner Spirit Holdings and the Spirit Leaf Retail Cannabis Network for total consideration of approximately $131 million, including cash of approximately $102 million. Now, let's turn our focus to operating results, starting with adjusted EBITDA. Sundial recorded its first ever adjusted EBITDA of $3.3 million in Q1 2021, compared to an adjusted EBITDA loss of $5.6 million in the prior quarter. The significant increase was mainly due to realized investment gains and income from the company's strategic cannabis-related portfolio investments. As discussed, these will be a core part of Sundial's operations moving forward. In Q1, we've seen cash flow improvements due to investment revenue, as well as realignment and refinement of our cannabis operating model. In the first quarter, cash provided from operations was positive $2.3 million before changes in working capital,
including the first quarter of investment revenue. In the previous quarter, the company used $12.2 million from operations. Net revenue from cannabis for the first quarter declined by 29% to $9.9 million from $13.9 million in the previous quarter. Sales were negatively impacted by provincial boards reducing inventory levels, retail market conditions, and continued price compression across the industry and SUNDIAL's product portfolio. Average gross selling price per gram equivalent of branded products, net of provisions, was $3.15 per gram compared to $4.14 per gram in the prior quarter, reflecting industry price compression and a consumer shift to value products. General and administrative expenses were about 9% higher at $7.1 million compared to $6.5 million for the previous quarter, reflecting legal and other fees related to the investment segment and the build-out of our direct sales team. In Q1 2021, sales and marketing expenses reflect spending discipline and seasonality at $950,000 compared to $2.3 million in the previous quarter. We have increased investment commitments in both our sales and marketing teams and have added key additional team members. Adjusted gross margin before inventory impairment and fair value adjustments was negative $1.6 million compared to $3.2 million for the previous quarter. This was despite our improvements from cost optimization initiatives, our focus on margin accretive strains and SKUs, and improved cultivation outcomes, due primarily to market price trends and to value price products. There is more work to be done to improve our margins from cannabis operations. Total capital expenditures in the first quarter of 2021 were not material, but we have budgeted $5.7 million in capital expenditures for full year 2021 related to processing automation, minor facility improvements, and maintenance capital. Now, I would like to invite Andrew Stordeur, President and COO of SUNDIAL, to provide remarks related to cannabis operations.
Thank you, Jim. As we continue to see volatility in the industry and continued price compression, SUNDIAL's ability to deliver high-quality inhalables through our commitment to cultivation excellence will remain a key component of our strategy. The price dynamics of the discount segment are not sustainable for SUNDIAL's portfolio and assets. Moving forward, we will focus on improving our margin through product mix and strategic revenue management while continuing to further simplify our supply chain and our portfolio products. While there's still room for improvements in those areas, we have made progress over the course of the first quarter of 2021. SUNDIAL's commitment to cultivation excellence has been developed around three pillars of focus: people, process, and plants. Now let me start with people. In quarter one, we restructured our supply and operations teams at our Olds facility. We believe that a more streamlined organization will allow our teams to become more nimble and make more informed decisions given the dynamic nature of the industry. We have recently invested in cultivation leadership and will also be adding product engineer capability at our Olds facility to develop a more sustainable innovation launch program. We went from more than 100 SKUs at the beginning of 2020 to less than 40 SKUs at the beginning of this year. We launched 3 concentrate SKUs in the first quarter of 2021 under the Top Leaf and Grasslands brands. We signed a new partnership with Stigma Grow to develop additional hydrocarbon concentrate offerings under our Top Leaf brand. Our innovation pipeline for the balance of 2021 is focused, and we will be launching several new products in the next few months. Our second cultivation pillar is around process. With over 700 harvests since inception, SUNDIAL has tremendous access to cultivation data and insights. Our team is currently in the process of revamping our entire genetics playbook, which will allow us to drive further cultivation consistency. In quarter one, SUNDIAL harvested its highest potency flower since the Olds facility's inception, with Top Leaf's LA Kush Cake initial lots producing potency in excess of 28% THC. The product has seen strong velocity since launch. We have increased our average potency results by approximately 15% year over year. And finally, our third cultivation pillar is around plants. We continue to invest in developing a library of cultivars that look to achieve a combination of higher potency, more robust terpene profiles, and above average yield. We received our first laboratory results on our new extended library of genetics, and will prioritize these for launch in the fourth quarter of 2021. Our focus is still on branded sales. However, we have seen an increasing sales trend in wholesale market opportunities. We feel that SUNDIAL is well positioned to take advantage of these B2B opportunities as other licensed producers divest from cultivation practices. These pillars are underpinned by our continuous focus on reducing costs. In the first quarter of 2021, our cultivation and production costs were reduced to an average of $4 million per month from $10 million per month in the first quarter of 2020. Our top line numbers regressed versus Q4 2020 and year over year. As Zach mentioned earlier, SUNDIAL will not pursue unprofitable revenue growth, and we are unwilling to grow market share at all costs. We believe increasing our investment into our direct sales team will enable us to win by accelerating the distribution of our products through new customer acquisition, brand activation, and by improving education with both customers and consumers on our product portfolio. As a result, we added 13 dedicated salespeople to the organization in quarter one, which significantly improves the breadth and frequency of our customer coverage and will be a key enabler to increasing our market share in the core and premium segments moving forward. With an increased focus on driving the right assortment at store level, our new retail team increased distribution on SUNDIAL's priority SKUs by 25% across several key markets in the first quarter. While we are encouraged with the progress made in operations for quarter one, we still have work to do on driving a sustainably profitable cannabis operation segment with cultivation excellence at our core. With that, I'd like to turn the call back to Zach for closing remarks.
I thank our team for their efforts, our customers for their trust, and our shareholders for their continued support as we work to position SUNDIAL for success. Thank you for joining us today, and please stay safe. I will now turn it back over to the operator for the question period.
Thank you. We will now begin the question and answer session. To join the question queue, you may press star, then 1 on your telephone keypad. You will hear a tone acknowledging your request. If you are using a speakerphone, please pick up your handset before pressing any keys. To withdraw your question, please press star, then 2. If you are participating online, you can submit a question using the Ask a Question tab on your screen. We will pause for a moment as callers join the queue. Our first question comes from Tamy Chen of BMO Capital Markets. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. First, wanted to ask if you could explain a bit more on the rationale for the acquisition of the Inner Spirit, franchise in some corporate stores. Is it to, have your marketing team better engage with this network of stores to increase penetration of SUNDIAL products? Just if you could elaborate a bit more on the thinking of why acquiring into retail.
Hi, Tammy. Good morning. Thanks for the question. Unfortunately, we're going to actually punt on this question for now. We are satisfying a number of conditions to close the transaction, and we'll be providing a very fulsome update closer to the time of close, which, as we said, is early in Q3. And we'd be happy to give a much more detailed answer at that time.
Okay, fair enough. Then if we can pivot to what's been happening in the rec market here. So noticing, in the press release and in the comments, you're talking about this sort of sustained price decline in flower in Canada. So I wanted to ask, first off, why in your view this is sustaining? How long do you think it might continue? And how do you think about this overarching dynamic as you're trying to drive more higher margin sales, which, would naturally come with higher price point products? Thanks.
Hey, Tammy, it's Andrew here. Thanks for the question. I think, first and foremost, the price compression continues. And I think we've seen that, as of last year moving into this year as well. So as far as timelines go on that, we're going to be in that position, I think, as an industry for a while.
And I think largely that's driven by high inventory levels and really monetizing that inventory across all provinces with a lot of the licensed producers. So it's here to stay for a while. But as you mentioned, we're pretty optimistic, given that this is a consumer product category, that we're going to see the core and premium segments move in the right direction. That's going to take a little bit of time. And I think the important thing for our position on that is we have the ability to not chase revenue and not chase market share in the discount segment. Our balance sheet is extremely strong, and we have the ability to lead for a healthy industry dynamic. And as I think we stated in the opening comments, one of the key actions we're taking is really get selective on key markets, and we're going to make decisions on pulling out of some markets on the discount segment. And I think that's a good thing for the industry, and that's certainly a good thing for Sundial. We're going to continue to focus on, we mentioned the frontline sales investment that we have. I can tell you full-heartedly that team's not going to be focused on driving discount products and really renting market share. They're going to be talking about our premium offerings, Top Leaf, and certainly in Sundial. And, I think consumers want to hear that. Certainly our customers want to hear that. And that's really where we're focused on. So we're in this for a while longer, no question, but we're pretty optimistic that, the segment's going to move consistent with other more established categories in CPG.
Got it. Thank you.
Our next question comes from David Kideckel of ATB Capital Markets. Please go ahead.
Well, hi, good morning. Congratulations on the quarter. Thanks for taking my questions. I want to go back a little bit to your strategy here, Zach and team, with acquisitions, taking a stake in companies. Now, not to mention the Inner Spirit Holdings acquisition specifically, but can you maybe help us understand, what is the overarching strategy here? We note that you are in the process of acquiring Inner Spirit versus, taking a stake in other companies. I think you mentioned on your prepared remarks, the Balance Company. There's also Indiva. So what is the overarching strategy here? Is it a combination of both, or are there certain metrics you're looking for in certain companies to decide how to proceed, or just any commentary on the strategy there would be helpful. Thanks.
Sure. Good morning, David, and thanks for the question. So, look, I think the strategy on capital deployment is very much in line with our commentary from last quarter. So we do see in Canada consolidation, on its way in a material manner, and we are looking at opportunities in the space from really two main perspectives. One, in terms of classic M&A, where we can consolidate or be a consolidator, take certain costs out of a structure and position ourselves well in the Canadian market. And then we also have the ability through our partnerships and what we've done off of our own balance sheet to look at asymmetric investment opportunities, which are really just that, where we see an attractive risk reward and typically the opportunity to earn modest equity-like returns, in many cases higher up in the capital structure. So when you look at some of the small stakes we've taken in the equity of certain businesses, the common theme that you'd see is really a differentiated model from our perspective. That would not apply to certainly every company or business model in Canada. But from our perspectives, there are a few that really stand out in terms of capabilities and what we perceive as a strong future role in the Canadian landscape. So we think that will evolve over time. You'll likely see us recycle capital in a number of instances. There are many reasons why smart M&A transactions never get completed. But we continue to have wide-ranging discussions with a number of parties in the industry and are trying to walk slowly towards these transactions that we think make a lot of sense for Sundial shareholders.
Understood. Thanks for that color, and would agree with you, Zach, full on that this is a very differentiated and what looks like a potentially lucrative business model. So, with that said, I think Jim or Andrew, you mentioned two of your operating models here, both for reporting and strategic purposes, include both cannabis as number one and number two as your investment model. Shifting back to your cannabis business line here, I think, Zach, as well, you mentioned, you have the potential to stop unprofitable business segments within your cannabis segment. So I'm just wondering, from the potential that you have now with your balance sheet, over $1 billion, and the investments you're making into companies, why bother with cannabis insofar as, we're seeing where the market is and all the challenges there, when in fact your investment side of the business could potentially be much more lucrative than cannabis? So in other words, is all this trouble worth the effort? Thanks.
Let me just answer, and then I'll pass it to Andrew. But I think, look, what we're seeing is, as we mentioned, a number of, as you know as well, David, a number of our peers are effectively moving away from cultivation. We have what we believe is a world-class facility. As we've really learned to operate within that facility and refine our cultivation practices, we've reached improved results. We do see this as a commodity business at the end of the day. And so I think it's a contrarian perspective to take to effectively triple down on cultivation, but one that we're embracing. And I think that you're going to see more cultivation get pulled out of the system. You're going to see a wholesale market that comes back in a very robust manner as this industry evolves. And you've got some, a small number of very strong players that have very, very low cost structures. What we're trying to attack is really the premium flower segment. And it all comes down to really usable plant matter and cultivation outcomes. We need to have narrower, more consistent outcomes, and that's really the charge that Andrew's been leading.
Yeah, David, I'll just add to that. Look, I think we're pretty manically focused on inhalables, and that's obviously the largest segment inside of cannabis. Our right to win in that is really predicated on cultivation. And as Zach mentioned, we have the small batch at scale facility that really will enable that strategy to really take fold. And look, there's some small micro growers out there that are doing a fabulous job, but nobody's done it at scale. And that's really our mandate, right? If we do that really, really well, and this side of the business is all about making it as boring as possible and as predictive, as Zach mentioned, as possible. So when we do that, and when we're able to actually drive that cultivation consistency at a scale that really nobody's doing in the industry, globally, quite frankly, that's really our right to win, and that's what we're focused on. When we do that, it's going to have a significant impact on our ability to kind of drive shareholder value.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then if I can just squeeze one quick one related to both what you guys are talking about here, just with respect to your JV with the SAF group and your previous commentary on a potential SPAC, is there opportunities then to build from within to potentially, spin one of your own internal businesses out here into a SPAC, or should we be thinking about this as more external opportunities? Thanks, and then I'll hop back into the queue.
Sure, David. So yes, you should be thinking about those vehicles today as oriented to pursue external opportunities. Your point on spinning out segments could be a very important discussion, 2-3 years out, to the extent that we have more scale and a stabilized business that we think as a pure play would have a better positioning in the markets in North America. We're certainly not there yet. We're just at the early stages of the development of this platform, but surely something that we're thinking about as we look further down the road. Given the constraints of a SPAC structure, you're likely not going to see the SPAC look at any of our internal assets as a qualifying transaction. And we expect to provide the market with an update on our partnership with SAF the third-party funds that we're engaged in raising today, as well as any updates related to the SPAC in the next 30 to 60 days.
Okay, thanks very much, and congrats on the quarter.
Our next question comes from Pablo Zuanic of Cantor Fitzgerald. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Two questions. One, regarding M&A as you describe it, can you talk about opportunities, if you're thinking about opportunities overseas or, say, in the U.S.? And related to that, I'm assuming that because of your U.S. listing, sole U.S. listing, you're more limited in terms of doing businesses or acquiring businesses in the U.S. And the second question is more on the operational side. I understand, you're going through a transition period. You have a war chest there with all that cash that was raised. But your reported sales to the provincial boards fell about 37% sequentially. Can you give some context around that number? What were the retail underlying trends? I suppose they were better than minus 37. And then, just elaborate in terms of what do you need to do better to improve that number, right? What I'm learning, and maybe I'm wrong, is that small companies, can do very well in the value end or the lower price points. Other companies can do very well in the high premium. But scale doesn't necessarily seem to be a recipe for success necessarily, right? So just talk about how you can improve the business relative to what was, the drop that you reported in the first quarter. Thank you.
Sure. Let me let Andrew speak to revenue and the current market environment and steps we're taking to improve core operations. But on the first question regarding M&A, Pablo, you're correct to point out that our NASDAQ listing creates challenges for us to directly invest in plant-touching assets in the U.S. We think that opportunity set will evolve over time, and there's various ways that we can take advantage of opportunities in the U.S. as some of our peers have in a structured manner, or through entering for distribution or product mix that is not THC related, but that's an evolving scenario. We are getting presented with a lot of opportunities internationally. We have vehicles, we have capital to look at and take advantage of those opportunities. But I will say that we are very committed and focused to being successful in Canada, and being a part of what we think will be a very healthy landscape when we emerge from the current dysfunction in the next 2 to 3 years.
Hey, Pablo, it's Andrew here. Thanks for the question. I'll break this up into two pieces for you because I think there was this concept around kind of what's happening in the industry and some of the dynamics there that we're dealing with in Canada, and then what are we doing about it specific to the operation. So let me give you some color on kind of what's happening and certainly what we saw in Q1, and we're seeing the same thing kind of in Q2 with regards to industry headwinds. So first and foremost, look, the industry was down, in January and February. We saw a bounce back in March, but we had a slow industry to start with. I think I don't want to belabor the point around pricing dynamics, but that's real. And the discount segment, I mean, we used to have value, but now we've got value and discount. And the discount segment is accelerating, at a unsustainable pace, and that's certainly not an area that Sundial wants to lead on. And I think we saw some provincial boards do what they needed to do with regards to, managing their inventory and reducing weeks of coverage, and that certainly impacted us in the first quarter, largely in Western Canada. That said, moving forward, as I stated before, our strategy is still very much in the inhalables piece. And, we need to drive a better product mix, particularly, in a brand like Top Leaf. And we have some outstanding, strong pricing on Top Leaf. We're close to $7 a gram, in the markets that we compete in that premium segment. And that's significant. As we drive a better premium segment mix into our profile, that's what we want to see. And that's going to mean we're going to have to make some tough decisions, but right decisions when it comes to walking away from the discount segment in select markets where it just doesn't make sense. Let me just quickly touch on the off side. I'd love to say that the progress in the operation side and the facility follows kind of a 90-day window in a fiscal calendar, but it's just not that simple. We've been in operations really for about 2.5 years here. And, we've been focused really on optimizing our costs over the past year. And while that discipline will remain, it's also about taking the next step and doubling down on cultivation, as we mentioned. And in my opening remarks, I mentioned kind of 3 pillars on that. And that's really around people, process, and plants. And it's in that order for us. It's very, very, very important. We have new genetics that are coming to market in Q4. We're excited about that. We're taking our existing commercial strains and, we're streamlining that. And that's part and parcel to what we mentioned in the remarks as well around our SKU optimization. It's all about simplifying the supply chain. We're seeing some of our counterparts go the opposite way. And I don't think that's needed, especially if you want to play in the core and the premium segments. You have to earn your right to win there. And that's really what we're focused on in the facility and the operations side. So hopefully that provides some color for you, Pablo.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Can I ask, maybe just squeeze one more? When I talk to the many companies out there, I find that there are different strategies when it comes to strains, right? There are some companies that if I look at the scanner data, almost 40 or 50% of their flower business may come from just one strain, right? Whereas you have other companies where they have a more diversified strain portfolio in terms of strains. And then there's the third category that I consider the limited edition companies that have strains for the season, and then they change them later on. And I'm just trying to, I suppose they all make sense, but do you have a view on what works better right now, or they are just different strategies and to each their own? Thanks. I'll pass it on.
Pal, it's Andrew here. Good question. Look, we're big believers in focus on your core. Get that right, and then earn your right to, move into more diversification in your product portfolio. So first and foremost, we got to make our current commercial genetics work. But we also know consumer preference moves over time. And certainly what we've seen in more established markets out of the U.S., that cycle is, 6 to 9 months, and you can really get a good strain and drive that forward. But then you're going to have to come in with a good innovation pipeline. And that process, given that we're an agri-foods business, takes time to run that R&D cycle. So genetics will be a key part, and that's part of my, 3-pillar kind of process I laid out there, plants being the last piece of that. It's going to be a key part of our focus moving forward. And we have the facility with the small batch scale capability to run that play. But I would say primarily focused, and I mentioned in the SKU optimization initiative, we got to get the core right. Our customers are asking for it. I think consumers are looking for consistency in cultivation, and I think we can deliver on that. And that's what we're focused on in the short term here.
Got it. Thank you.
Our next question comes from Vivian Azer of Cowen. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much. So, Zach, I just wanted to pivot back to the portfolio cleanup that you guys engaged in the quarter. So, it makes sense that you would, discount the Grasslands product, move it through the system so that you guys can now have a better footing as you orient towards, profitable market share versus market share at all costs. But as I look at your balance sheet, it looks like your inventories grew about 30% over the course of the quarter. So can you help me reconcile that?
Yeah, thanks, Vivian. I'll let Andrew talk about inventories and how that's feeding operations into Q2 and beyond.
Hey, Vivian, thanks for the question. Yeah, absolutely. I think when you have a $10 million top line number, and as we grow out, I think that's a big focus for us. So the best way for us to manage that inventory level to a sustainable rate is we want to have at least 2 to 3 months of inventory on hand, sellable inventory, the right quality inventory, and we're proactively managing that as best we can given our cultivation focus. And we've also got obviously a dynamic in the industry with provincial boards trying to get their weeks of coverage and inventory under control. So it's very dynamic, and it's certainly an area of focus for us. And it's very much predicated on our ability to grow consistent quality product that consumers and customers want. Once we do that, we can drive that top line number up and certainly, get that inventory level to where we need it to be, which is, about 2 to 3 months, as I stated.
Got it. And then just to follow up on that then, Andrew, presumably the inventory that you guys have on hand is better quality. You guys talked about the improvements in potency year to date. So that how do we think about gross margin, go forward? Was the negative gross margin in the first quarter truly a one-off, and how do we think about recovering gross margin? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Vivian. Good question. Look, I think the gross margin it's certainly not across the entire portfolio. I think that's the first piece I'd mention, and there's certainly a pretty large range there on how we look at inhalables and the margin profile that we're able to drive. But look, maybe I'll touch on a couple pieces, and then if Jim and Zach want to add in, please feel free to do so. But the big one is, we saw kind of further price compression in the quarter. I'm not going to belabor that point. It is what it is. We're seeing that across the industry. We had some discounts and allowances as well and some returns, and that was, really proactive for us because obviously the ability to manage the right assortment at store level starts at what is in stock at the provincial level. So, we want to make sure the freshest and highest potency product is there. So we were proactively managing that. We had some discounts and allowances and some returns that we had to manage through normal course of business. But, as we get tighter on our inventory, provincial boards get tighter on their inventory and get more selective on their SKU assortments, we're certainly in a better position to manage that moving forward. And then my last point, I'd say, as you look at gross margin, we did have some cultivation production variance in there due to increased power charges that we saw largely in February. And, that's tough to manage given our fixed kind of cost base in our asset and olds. But we anticipate that to be one-time factors, and certainly we'll see that kind of bounce back as we come into Q2 and the balance of the year here. But pass it to Zach and Jim if they want to add anything to that.
Yeah, just Vivian, the point on our utility costs is an important one. So we actually saw in the month of February our power prices effectively double. They're back down to basically January levels now, but that was a painful spike that impacted our cultivation and processing costs.
Can you quantify what the magnitude of that incrementality on the energy cost was?
Yeah, it was approximately $300,000.
Okay, understood. Thanks very much.
Once again, if you have a question, please press star, then 1. Our next question comes from Sean Muir of Canaccord Genuity. Please go ahead.
Hi, and thank you for taking my questions. My first question is just on some commentary in the press release around the company seeing an increased sales trend for wholesale markets. I was wondering if you could detail some of the developments that you're seeing on that side, particularly as it relates across the different pricing spectrums. Where are you seeing kind of that resurgence of interest? And then also if I could tag on, how does SUNDIAL expect to approach this segment of the market going forward? What should we expect from branded products versus wholesale mix in the balance of the year? Thank you.
Hey, Sean, it's Andrew here. My apologies. That first piece of the question cut out for me. Would you mind just repeating that, and I'll take it from there?
Yeah, for sure. So the first part was just on some of the commentary that was in the press release regarding increased sales trends on the wholesale market. So just wondering if you could detail some of the developments that you're seeing in those wholesale markets, particularly as it relates to different product pricing spectrum.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Yeah. It's actually really interesting. We're seeing kind of a full 180 when it comes to demand on B2B kind of wholesale side of it. As we stated, we're seeing a lot of our peers, simply divest from cultivation. And, that's driving a lot of interest in producers that can do that at scale. And SUNDIAL is certainly well positioned to take advantage of that. So I would say that, early days of kind of, when we went legal here in Canada, we had a huge demand there on wholesale B2B. And I think, we saw that kind of taper off a little bit in 19 and 20, and we're seeing that come back full force. So I think that's a really positive for us, given our small batch scale approach. and our focus on cultivation. And I would say when it comes to the pricing side of what we're seeing in the market, it's the same thing we're seeing on the retail side, quite frankly. Everybody wants, above 20% THC. And you're starting to see a pretty big, floor there when it comes to the ability to monetize and get product above 20%. Certainly if you can get above 23, 25%, you're seeing very, very healthy margins on that side. But again, nobody's really doing that at scale. And there's a lot of larger companies that really want to, maintain the right, product coming in, and they just can't get that consistency through, the different markets in which they're able to procure that product from at the prices they need to get it at, given that the supply is pretty short in that high potency range. So I think that just gives you another bit of color there. In regards to what does it mean for us, I think it was a core focus of our business early days. We made a pivot in 2020 to really about 80% branded, 20% wholesale. We're still focused on the branded side, but we're going to be advantageous as it makes sense for us and our business as we have more of these conversations and we look at, scaling appropriately with the right cultivars and the right partnerships on the wholesale side.
Thank you for the color there. My second question, I'm just going to pivot to talking on the cultivation and production costs in the month. So you noted that average production and cultivation costs per month came down to $4 million in the quarter versus $10 million last year. If I remember correctly from the Q4 reporting, I believe that figure was down to $2 million per month on a monthly basis. So just trying to get an understanding for why the sequential increase on that front and how that played into your margins, and then also if there's any sort of forward commentary, maybe detailing relative to Q1 where you think a sustained average cost level is. I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Jim, do you maybe want to touch on that with regards to some of the changes we made in CMP?
Yeah, sure. No, happy to. I think that as Zach mentioned, we had some elevated costs, and I think you only mentioned one aspect of that. I think we saw some other non-recurring elevated costs in that we did a complete replacement of in many of the grow rooms of the lamps. And then we had some other processes that we accelerated testing and other aspects that we accelerated that were on a temporary basis. So the total number that I think we look at in terms of non-recurring costs was about $700,000. And I think we have to be clear also when we speak about the COGS numbers that you're referring to. And the cost of CNP is some of those CNP costs, of course, are sitting now in inventory, as we talked about in the previous question. So not all of those are flowing through to our income statement. But I think that we expect that we'll get down to a more normalized level of something in the range of $3 to $3.5 million a month on CNP costs.
Thank you for the color, and that's it for my questions.
This concludes the question and answer session. I would like to turn the conference back over to Zach George for any closing remarks.
Thanks, operator, and thanks to everyone for joining our call today. We look forward to updating you in the coming months. Stay safe.
This concludes today's conference call. You may disconnect your lines. Thank you for participating and have a pleasant day.
Alrighty, boom! Ladies and gentlemen, that was Sundial. Sundial's earnings. And look at the Sundial chart. Look at that chart right now. It's looking beautiful. The 15 EMA heading up towards the 200 EMA. If you know anything about the stock technical analysis, you know that typically when that crosses over, the stock tends to head up, and it's heading in that direction right now. A lot of good news. A lot of good news. Some good questions, I think, on the call. First and foremost, before I get into that, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for at least being part of a call, the call coming in. So hang in there with me. I do the show all the way through market close today. I got a whole bunch of information. We were looking at some of the other stuff. I noticed this during the call. One of the big session movers, CRIS, took off 63% gain on the day on CRIS. I'll pull that up here shortly. But let's get into it. Make sure, by the way, you hit that like button. You hit that subscribe button if you haven't. I'm almost to 400 subs, so I know y'all can get me there. I'm super close. My goal is 500 by the end of the month, so trying to get to that 500. But anyway, 1 billion cash. What do you think about that? 1 billion. They got that. One of the other things that I wrote down I thought was super interesting was that they got new products in the next few months. That's coming out. This industry standard is around 20% THC. They're pushing the limits. 20% THC. They're pushing the limit to 28%. I'll pull this music down just a little bit more so you can hear me a little better. But yeah. So they're pushing the envelope of the THC. There was a good question in there I thought was really interesting. As someone asked the question of the cultivation versus retail, like with all the hard work you're putting into this, but you're making a whole bunch of money doing that. Why are you not focusing more on that? And they said, well, they've done such a good job with this, with the cultivation side of it, that they want to keep doing that. And so. Anyway, that's the thing. But Crystal says, I love the energy. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, that's what I try to do. I try to bring energy and excitement and fun and news and information all to you live as we look at this. As we look at this continue to go upward, I think I see Sundial growing in my personal opinion. I really like the things that they're saying. I'm invested in. I'm diamond hands in it right now. I mean, I bought it at the last earnings call. So anyway. I mean, I really think it's a company that down the road, I mean, with all the, legalization and things that are coming up, especially in the United States, that this company could potentially be a nice gainer, in my opinion, in the future. First and foremost, let's say I'm not a financial advisor. My name is Corey, by the way. I do the show each day, market open through market close, right here on Pop the Chart. I want to say big shout out to all the peeps in the live chat that's been chatting it up. Crystal, we had Real Samafia. Yeah, Real Samafia. There we go. I said that right. Captain Crunch was in here. Yo, what's up, Captain Crunch? Captain, make it happen. That's right. My boy Juan was in here right in the live chat about something I was talking about earlier, and I'm sitting there going, he can't be watching this in real time because I said that earlier, and then all of a sudden he finally says, oh wow, wait a minute, I'm not even live. It's just talking about the fuel shortage in the United States. We're talking about this fuel shortage, which I thrown up the quotations because there's no fuel shortage. We have a ton of fuel stocked in the sitting and stored away, so there's no shortage. It's just a big bunch of mumbo jumbo off some news where the pipeline got hacked. But there is a scroll up here. Some of the other ones. Let's see here. We got some OG up in here. Gardy was in here. Ari, yeah, we got all kinds of peeps in here. Welcome to each and every one of you, by the way, for joining the show. Appreciate each and every one of you. And so thank you so much. I'm just going to move this real quick. We're going to keep Sundial up, but I want to pull up the 4 charts so we get a little update of where the market is currently at right now at this moment. So I got to pull up my, let's see here, GameStop. Let's go AMC. Let's going to go Sundial right here, SNDL. And then I want to pull up this chart really quick on CRIS, which just exploded while we were on that call. Look at this. Look at this previous close at $9.83. It's at $16. Y'all, did any of you, Gardy says, I'm still here. I subbed. Thank you so much. Oh, well, wait a minute. I should probably refresh. Did I get to 400? Did you all give me the 400? $3.99 right now. Oh, one away. One away. Who's going to be number 400? Oh, so close. I'll refresh it just a second. But look at this. This all happened while we were on the call. I mean, look. It just started to take off. Look at this. Right here, 10:52. Remember, we started the call at 10:30 a.m. And look at it. It just exploded. CRIS did. I'm going to type it in CRS in my newsfeed, see if it came up on here. It had to have. It had to have. All right, yes, 11:18. CRS is a real pharmaceutical share spike higher, seeing traders mention stock as a sympathy play with Curis. The Curis shares, Curis reports updated data, and this is at 11:04. Updated data and 2 abstracts for CA 4948 accepted for presentation at European Hematology Association of 2021 Virtual Congress. So yeah, so they had some news that came across and it just exploded. Now it's headed back down, but it's yeah, monster movement on CRIS today. If you got into that, you made some monies. But I'd say for the majority of you, you were we're sundialing it up, and it is what it is. But you got the movement right here. Look at this. The downward movement on sundial came down, and the earnings call, and that's started to head up. Now it's flattening out a little bit. But there's that. Let's see here. One says, I just realized it when I didn't respond to what I wrote. No reaction, then saw your laughing emojis. I was like, why did he type emojis instead of just saying something on the video? That's why I typed the emojis. Because you were behind. You were at watching at what was that? I started at 9:25. I think I talked about that at 10 a.m. It's 30 minutes before. Come on, Juan. Come on, Juan. All right, I'm going to hit the refresh. Refresh. You about to see me. Come on. Refresh. 401. Thank you. Over 400 subs, ladies and gentlemen, since March 1st. Thank you so much. I'm 99 now away. 99 away from my 500 goal by the end of the month. So thank you. Thank you. Y'all rock. You all are amazing. Each and every one of you. I appreciate it. Y'all make me, oh man, you're making my day already. You're making my hump day up in here. So continue to watch my movers and gators tool on in the last 5 minutes. PTIX up 3%. Guardy says, congrats, bro. Keep grinding. Crystal, give me the, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank each and every one of you. Hey, look at that. They're coming in. Yeah, look at that. Appreciate it. Y'all rock. Y'all rock. That's all I got to say about that. Let's go back to my newsfeed to update here as we pull up. And let's see here. Seeing if there's anything outside of it. Yeah. So second sight man gaps higher on vision study results. So the eyes moved up today as well. So taking a look at eyes, let's see where it's. It had movement. Look at this, up 36%. Look at this today. So it had some news. It crossed, and look, we were just talking about this. What happens when a stock crosses the 15 over the 200? Look what happens. It tends to go up. All right. Look what's happening right here. Now you have this little so it was heading there, and then it kind of pulled back. But if y'all can get this to just on up through there, you might see a little something like this happen. Just saying. So that's it. See how that happened on Sundial. All right, update on some of my other stocks here. Let's take a look at it. AMC setting at 1026, up 2% with 22 mil in volume. We got GameStop currently sitting at 144.55, 793,000 so far today. So it's actually down 1.6%. But taking an update on. Oh wait, WiseKey gets WiseKey moving up, y'all. We got WiseKey moving up. Check out WiseKey. Boom. It's one of my. I'm going to be, next week, I'm going to be doing they're doing a webinar early in the morning. So I'm going to do that. I believe it's, is it Tuesday? It's the 18th. Let me make sure I got the dates all lined up. Tuesday the 18th, yes. So I'll be doing that on Tuesday morning. I'm going to cover that webinar. We're talking about NFTs. WiseKey, one of the leading companies who basically has the patent on NFTs and the technology that keeps that secure. So there's that. Let's see here. Take a look at crypto for a second. Crypto. Bitcoin's down 4%. Ethereum still over 4K. Litecoin still around the same as is. Doge is actually down a little bit, 47. And then SafeMoon. SafeMoon's actually moving up a little bit from what it was. So it's already at a 5 billion market cap, so it's moving up pretty nicely on SafeMoon. If you haven't heard of SafeMoon, by the way, it's a cryptocurrency that's been out for like a little over 70 days. And the crazy thing about SafeMoon, and I actually got into it. I'm invested in it. I got currently 6.864 million shares of it. So I'm hanging in there with it. But it's one that's it's crazy because they start out with a whole bunch of coins, and here's the way it works, right? They have a fee. If you sell it, you get sell for, so obviously it's just sell for a profit, right? But you sell it, 10% of that of whatever you sell, 5% of it gets burned and basically deleted. The other 5% gets distributed to the rest of the investors. So you can, you buy shares and then your shares just continue to grow, right? Like as people sell off, and as that's happening, the supply is decreasing, which increases the demand, which should ideally increases the price. And so a lot of people are really getting into it right now. It's growing on the market cap right now. It's growing, and it's inside the top 40 right now, I believe, on for market cap for all of the crypto coins that are out there. But so if you haven't checked it out, make sure you check it out. It's pretty interesting, pretty cool. I got it set up too later today. For those of you, we did it. It's right here, Coupang. So let's take a look at Coupang really quick. So I set it up. That's what partly what I was doing while I was on the call as well with SUNDIAL. So I set this up. The Coupang actually heading down today at 2.68%. But Coupang is going to do their earnings today. So I'm going to have that set up at 4:10 p.m. today. So right at the end of the show, so I finished the show right at 4 p.m. And then I'll pop over into the Coupang earnings. Typically, SUNDIAL would be in a different earnings. I would put that in my earnings list of playlist or whatever. But the only thing is with that is SUNDIAL does it during my regular show, so I just kind of play SUNDIALs on my regular show. But Coupang will be in my list later. It's already set up. 4:10 p.m. we'll go live, and the earnings at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, and so we'll have that earnings call as well later on today. Ronald Barnett says, did they mention Valens or acquiring Grapefruit USA? I listened to it most of the call. I missed a few little things because I was trying to do two things at once, but that way I could keep up with the show and not have to jump out of here on you. But good question. Did anybody catch that? Did they mention that Valens are a grapefruit? I apologize. I heard the majority of the call. I heard most of the main fundamentals that I got was just the $1 billion in cash, the new products coming soon, and things like that. But there was on the let me type it in here. There was something I thought about acquisition. Well, here we go. So let's just read this because this is the detail right here. This is actually updated. So it says cannabis company SUNDIAL Growers gets its moment in the sun with the first quarter of positive adjusted EBITDA. A Reddit favorite cannabis company, SUNDIAL Growers, posted its first quarter earnings on Wednesday with a net loss of this is Canadian dollars, by the way. They want to make sure they say that. But 134.4 million. It says compared to a net loss of 64.1 million in the previous quarter. Key financial figures says the Calgary, Alberta headquartered company noted that the net loss could be attributed to the 130 million of non-cash amounts indicating the effort of the share price volatility on the valuation of derivative warrants. Quarterly earnings from the operations amounted to 1.7 million versus a loss from the operations of 32.7 million in the last quarter of 2020. So there was that. It said for the first time since its inception, SUNDIAL achieved a positive adjusted EBITDA, hitting 3.3 million, which compares to the adjusted EBITDA loss of 5.6 million in the previous quarter. The company's gross cannabis revenue for the period reached 11.7 million, down by 30% from the fourth quarter At the end of the reporting quarter, on March 31st, Sundial held $969.5 million of cash, securities, and long-term investment on hand. The amount climbed to $1.08 billion until May 7th, and the company reported no outstanding debt. Says we are pleased to announce Sundial's first ever quarter with positive earnings from operations and adjusted EBITDA. Zach George, CEO of Sundial, stated this result reflects our continued efforts to build a platform targeting attractive capital deployment opportunities while we focus on the continued improvement of our cultivation practices in the immature and rapidly changing industry. George added that there is still lots to do. We've made progress in improving our cultivation outcomes, and we continue to focus on the best practices to deliver great results in potency, yield, and terpenes. Terpenes. I can't even talk. I can't even talk. But our work is far from complete. Our brand promise is consumers is fundamental to our strategy, and refuse to compromise on product quality and consumer expectations. Operational improvements and capital deployment remain top priorities, George concluded. Says after the quarter ended, the Canadian cannabis company confirmed an agreement to buy Inner Spirit Holdings and Spirit Leaf Retail Cannabis Network in 131 cash stock deal. There you go, 131 cash stock deal. Sundial shares were trading at 1.53% higher at 75 cents per share at the time of the writing. So there you go. So they said they were had an agreement to buy Inner Spirit Holdings and Spirit Leaf Retail Cannabis Network. So there you go. But that was one of the questions they talked about, was just the difference in being able to. Somebody asked, you focusing on retail versus focusing on cultivation. If you're doing so well in one, why focus on the other? I guess was the question, and they're trying to do all the above. So, yeah. Captain Chris said, I didn't hear it, and Kara said, nothing I heard. That's what I said. I was like, I don't think I heard that. I don't, maybe I missed it. I just want to make sure, because I was trying to do, I was trying to set up some stuff here on the back end here, but while I was listening in. Alright, but anyway, have everyone realized that this is the only cannabis company, it's the only company that has no debt. The only cannabis company with no debt. There you go. Sundial. Let's got a little getting a little micro pullback here, a little consolidation. Yes, loving the no debt. Get it. Good deal. RIGL is moving up right now. Let's take a look at RIGL. Look at that. Boom. Take a look. Take a look. Take a peek-see at that right there. That's a nice chart. See, that's parallel that just run right away. So that's on the 1 minute chart. RIGL is $3.89, up 20.81% right now. 3 million in volume. Boom. Yeah. Says Uber shares are trading lower, by the way. Weakness appears related to a dip in growth stocks following concerning U.S. inflation data. The stock has also been under pressure recently amid regulatory concerns, which could impact the classification of its drivers. So Uber taking a hit right now, and it's currently down 5.56%, sitting at $43.64. Tesla taking a hit too due to inflation concerns. So obviously everybody keeps talking about inflation, and it's not quite helping the market because the Dow Jones is down 0.88%, 0.87%, whatever, right now, but almost a percent. Yesterday it was down big time, it was like 1.7 yesterday. Continued, the Nasdaq down 1.95 today. Whew. And then S&P 1.7. I mean, the market is just taking a dippity dip. That's what it's doing. Yo, but you know what investors say, right, about dips, right? Anybody know what they say about it? They say, buy the dips. Buy the dips. Oh, it's everybody's like, oh man, the market's taking a tank. Well, that's the thing. Like, people are just gonna be loading up. I'm telling you, loading up, and then when the market turns around, it starts to shoot up. Profits profits will be made. And that's so you saw it. It was crazy because yesterday the market took a dip, and then the other night, you had the crypto market had $200 billion taken out of it in the crypto market, and then yesterday everything got taken. I mean, it was just like a massive decline for a second. Of course, then we had the run up with crypto, and now all of a sudden, yesterday, we guess to say last night, kind of a run up, and now all of a sudden it's starting to kind of go back. Captain Crunch says, "Get rich, mind the dips." Yeah, 100% true, 100% true. Look at this, RIGL is just on a tear. It's on a rampage. Yo, heading up. Of course, it's still it's not quite to where CRIS was, but it's heading that direction. Look at it. We got a little G dub right here, George W on the chart. You can see it, bottom there, boom, and then run up. Sit at 73.25 on the RSI. Take a look at the level 2s right here. There's a fairly even across the spread here. Fairly, you got the big 6,400 right there. But for the most part, there's a monster sell at 3.96, so $3.96. But regardless, it's heading that direction. Timber said Benzinga just pumped ship over. Oil shortage. WTF? It's just what? It pumped it. Let's look at ship. Take a look at it. $1.05. What? It just pumped it over the oil. Yeah, that's it. It's ship just received they just took delivery of two ships, two new ships that they're look at this, 391. It's continuing up on RIGL. 399. The giant sell wall, 12,000. Let's see if it breaks that. 399. It hits over $4. Let's see if it can get there. Benzinga pump ship over the oil shortage. Crazy. Here we go. Is it gonna break $4? One yesterday. Yep. Yeah, they are. They're getting ships coming in. Top Ships also got I got one delivered as well. So a bunch of ships got delivered yesterday. It's just like they all started getting delivered at once. For those of you that by the way, ship is Synergy. Synergy. They basically a dry bulk carrier, by the way. Ship, if you don't know about ship, they're a dry bulk carrier. They basically they have all the iron ore and things like that. They load that up in their big giant, bulk cargo ships, and they load them and ship it from A to B. So that's what they do. Let's see. It's flirting with it. 397. Oh, looking like $4 here coming very soon on RIGL. So close. $4.05 the next wall. $4 is 7K. See if they break that 7K wall. Exactly. Nothing to do with oil, though. Yeah, I know, right? It isn't. There's no oil shortage. This is crazy. Like, there's no oil shortage. Like, we pumped so much oil last year because of COVID-19 and stored it away. There's no oil shortage. Like, companies we're begging people to take the oil so that they can start pumping again. So there's no oil shortage. They pump so much oil to last them for like a while. A long while. And it's just sitting there. Like, they're just trying to get rid of it. And they're like, oh, there's an oil shortage. No, there's not. Not even close. Believe me, I followed the oil market like crazy last year. I was invested in an oil company last year. I followed it. I invested in it to try to, to make some gains. Because I knew that it was going to end up going up. Honestly, I made some gains. I sold it probably sooner than I should have. I could have held it a little longer and I would have made a lot more. But I took profits on it. And, yo, $4. Look at that. $4 on RIGL. It is heading upward. No, I was just talking about I was just talking to my neighbor. Gas stations all out. Storage facility nearby. Said to come up with him at 10 p.m. and fill up. Said to come with him at 10 p.m. and fill up. So you're trying to say, well, that's the problem, right? People are believing that there's a shortage and they're going in there buying it up. And they're not realizing that they're leading to all they're doing is helping the oil company out. And the oil company is just basically going to say thank you, and then they're going to start pumping. And then next thing you know, like the stock, the price is going to go up. You know what I mean? The price is just going to go up. Like they're going to force the price to go up because people are buying it. Just let it be. Let it be, and the price will stay down. People, and then here's the thing: they're gonna buy it up like, oh, there's a shortage, and they're gonna complain that the price is expensive. Well, guess what? You can't have your cake and eat it too. That's my opinion. It makes no sense. Makes no sense. People are crazy. Oh, but anyway. Yeah, and I see it. That's it. RIGL seems to be the ones basically moved in the recent time. CRIS, you're talking about it. They got an option alert June 18th, 1750 calls right now. Currently $16 to $16.15. But so $16, whatever. And but they're saying 1750 calls for June 18th right now. Yeah, Chris says they're just pushing the prices up. What are they doing? Exactly. That's 100% what they're doing. It doesn't make a bit of sense. Like I said, coming from someone who followed it pretty closely for a year, IPW just got halted on a circuit breaker. Now, I know we were following Sundial and it's kind of slowing down, but I'm gonna go ahead and go check this out. It said IPW halted on a circuit breaker. Did this thing just like IPO or something? Did iPower IPO and got halted? Yes, it IPO'd. It IPO'd and got halted off an IPO. What? Are you serious right now? That just happened? Check that out. IPW IPO'd and got halted. It traded at 566. It went down and they just went right up to 637 and they halted it. I called it a circuit breaker. Dude, it's an IPO. How is that a circuit breaker? Oh man. And I am not a fan of halts at all. For those of you that are new to the show, I do not like halts. I think whoever decided to say halts was a good thing or lose it, like literally lost their mind. All right, let me tell you. Now I get it. You can halt something on the way down, in my opinion. All right, if something's literally just crashing and like you have to make sure that people aren't losing like so much money, whatever. I get it. No reason to halt something on the way up. No reason whatsoever. Makes no sense. Just let it go. Let the price just moon, whatever. It is what it is. If someone buys and it falls down, that's their problem. You know what I mean? Like, don't make that mistake. If you see something that's just skyrocketing, whatever, just, and you missed it, just, not a financial fight, but if you missed it, just say, hey, I missed it. It is what it is. I do it all the time. I miss things all the time. But, It says that locally, everyone's running to the pumps and lines and filling up because they actually believe there's a shortage. Trying to keep the people, she's trying to keep the people sheep and follow the herd. That's a good way to put it, Crystal. That's a good way to put it. They're all following the herd. Oh, IPW got halted right after it IPO'd. So, again, halts don't typically do things that are decent to stock, so let's see what happens with that. Alright, GL looks like it finally started to hit its, it went all the way up to, I'm sorry, yes, it looks like it's, it found its high up there at 401, then just kind of pulled back with some consolidation. Let's see here. Halted again at $6.99. Halted again at $6.99. And unfortunately, Crystal, my sheep follow me to the slaughterhouse. Just saying. Cows don't, hogs don't, sheep will. Yeah, so that's the thing. So Timberwolf's got the whole farm. Down on the farm. iPower is like, yeah, we're gonna, we got power in the name, and there's a fuel shortage. We're gonna IPO. We're gonna IPO that right in the middle of it, so that way everybody's like, oh man, it's power. They're new. Let's get into it. If we're out of fuel, get the power. Do you think iPower, like each day they start like at their corporate headquarters? You think they play I Have the Power? I have the power. I bet iPower does good during Power Hour. Oh, look at that! How many jokes can I come up with right there, right off the bat? Someone give me the boom-tiss. There we go. Corey, have you seen Hi-Fi? Yeah, Hi-Fi was in here yesterday. Yeah. I think every time that Hi-Fi comes in, like, you bolt out. Like, I think y'all are on, like, different schedules or something. So I think Hi-Fi's just been busy. Busy. Unless you're secretly Hi-Fi and you just, you know what I mean? And you just have the same username, like, two different usernames, I mean. Same account. You just log out and then Hi-Fi logs in. No, I'm kidding. It's your alias. No joke, CNBC is pumping EVs this morning. over oil shortage. They're pumping the EVs. You're like, yo, the electric vehicle market is going insane. Oh yeah, let's go. EVs. Guess I missed him. Was going to ask about the bees. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. You two all got the bees. Boom. Man, that's huge. I can't believe that y'all helped me get over. Oh, it resumed. It resumed. Look at it. And it stalled it. Look at it. Is it gonna go? Halts don't typically do good. Thanks to a stock. Halted. And then it's oh, coming down. If this thing ends up just going, psh, and I'm telling you what, then if I was iPower, I'd be so mad right now. I'd be like, y'all halted us on our IPO? What are you doing? All right, it may continue upward. Look at it. Oh, there it goes. They bought the dip on that. Bought the dip. I'm just gonna keep an eye on it and see where this goes. Let's see, man. I tell you what, I'm excited, and I know Juan probably is wherever Juan is. Juan's probably out there listening right now. I'm excited for this right here, Friday, Monday, HOFV. Friday they're gonna in after hours they're gonna release the earnings, and then Monday they're gonna have the call. Oh yeah, Monday morning and Tuesday morning I'm gonna have a earlier show than normal. Earlier show. Domino's Pizza shares up 1%. Barrett issues note maintaining outperform, raises price target to $485. Highlights recent Bill Ackman stake, by the way. $485, currently $425 on Domino's Pizza. You know, the crazy thing is we were just talking about Domino's Pizza. And, so funny story. Like, I literally, Crypto-E, what up? Good afternoon to you. It says, stock market looks so bad. Thinking of selling it all and putting it into crypto. I know, right? It's insane. But what I was saying is, I was just in Domino's Pizza. You know, so Domino's, funny story is, so their corporate, like, headquarters is in, like, Ann Arbor, Michigan. And, so like to get to where my sister-in-law, brother-in-law, where they live at. So my wife's twin sister. So like where they live at in Michigan, you drive right by this big giant. You're driving. It's all dark. There's like nothing, right? Like it's, I guess, on the outskirts of like Ann Arbor or whatever. And you're like driving. It's all dark on the highway. And then all of a sudden, boom! There's this giant like lit up thing. And I remember seeing it was driving because it was dark. I remember it was late in the evening. We're driving up there, and I'm like, what is this thing that's giant and lit up? And I couldn't really see because I was driving. I'm paying attention to this because there's like a big curve that goes around it. And so my wife said to the passenger seat, she looks there, she's like, that's Domino's. Like, what's this? This giant, like, lit up, wicked cool looking thing that's Domino's. It's like they got this like opening with glass, and they got like a domino like hanging down, and it's like super. And I was like, "Is that the corporate headquarters?" Sure enough, look it up. It is I believe it's the corporate headquarters for Domino's, located right there in this. It is just like they just dropped it right in the middle of like this like nothingness, but it's wicked cool looking the way the building's designed and everything. So you can tell that they put some effort into design of their overall like office, but it's pretty neat just the way it looks. So like if you ever up that way, you drive by there, check that out. It's pretty cool. It's a cool thing to just drive by and see and be like, oh, that's kind of cool. But yeah, I agree with you. The stock market is just like insane right now. The Dow Jones down another 1.2%. NASDAQ's down 2.28%. And the S&P down 1.54%. What is going on? Everybody putting their money in crypto right now? I'm pulling up CNBC right now. I just want to see what they're saying. S&P 500 touches lowest intraday level since April 9th. That's crazy. So that's it. That's the thing. So like, you got to remember these. Back in April, we had that like real down, dull week where it was just all red, and then all of a sudden everything just went boom and just flipped. I mean, it just like flipped the script in like a matter of like a week, and then everything just started taking off. And so I feel like that's what we got coming at us here very soon. Is I feel like that's what's happening. Huh. 21 minutes ago, it's on CNBC. It says Cathie Wood's space exploration ETF sells almost all of its Virgin Galactic stock. It's 20 minutes ago. Let's take a look at SPCE. Where's it at? Holy macro! Oh shoot! I just moved that by accident. Oops. I have to fix that. I know that's gonna be a little off now. Where did it go? What happened? What happened? Oh, man. I don't know what happened. All I know is it got moved. Well, anyway. That was weird. Look at it, back to 16 something. Where's the days at? I had a... Did it get deleted? Or did it just get moved? I don't know what happened. Let me just refresh it. Maybe that'll help. I like touched it and it was gone. I don't know if it deleted or what. Anyway, regardless. He's heading down. Look at that for today. You had that run up yesterday that I was talking about at Virgin Galactic and it just back down. Down 10%. So here's the midday market update. So let's get into it. Midway through the trading Wednesday, the Dow traded down 0.79% to 33,998, while the Nasdaq fell 1.59% to 13,177. The S&P also fell, dropping 1.03% to 4,109. Leading and lagging sectors, energy shares climbed 2.5% on Wednesday. Meanwhile, top gainers in the sector included Sandridge Energy, up 14%, and Silverbow Resources, up 10%. And trading on Wednesday, information technology shares dipped 2%. Top headline, the annual inflation rate in the U.S. surged to 4.2% in April from 2.6% in the previous month. However, analysts were expecting a reading of 3.6%, so it went up even higher. Equities trading up. Let's see here. We had RMED, RMED. We had LHDX, and we had HROW. As far as equities trading down, we had ARRY, SLQT, and SONM. As for commodities news, oil traded up 1.9% to $66.51, while gold traded down 0.5% to $1,826. Silver traded down 1% Wednesday to $27.40, while copper fell 0.1% to $4.75. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the midday market update right here on Pop the Chart. This is bullish. Crypto says I'm bullish on SpaceX. Timberwolf says ouch. And Woods has a lot of followers. I know, right? To the moon, or maybe just orbit. Or maybe just orbit. Oh man, epic. Alright, so let's go up through here. Man, crazy. I will look at HOFV for a minute. Let's see where it's at. And you had a run up. So it had a nice run up. I mean, it came all the way down to, say it with me, Juan, $2.99. Juan's like, ah. It did have a run up, now it started to come backwards. Maybe we get that pygmy up. Maybe get a big G dub right here on the 1 hour chart and come down and then bounce off and go. But, I mean, it's, if you look at it, it's coming out of that. If you think about it, it's kind of coming out of that chart pattern that was in that descending level of support. So, I think, again, you know, Friday and Monday is going to have a big change on that. Look at this. I'm going to pull this over real quick so you can take a look. This is just giving you an update. Look at the all of the stock, all of the indexes. Whew. Down, 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 down. Red across the board. Red across the board. All right, I'm going to give you just a quick update real quick as we go back to the 1 minute chart. Eyes is actually moving big time right now. That's not what I wanted. Second sight med. Here we go. Look at eyes. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Look at that. Boom. Boom. Whew. 40% today. Just almost 40% here. Yeah, there it is. About to pass that $7 mark. Is eyes. Woo! $2 gain. $2 gain. That's insane. From the previous close. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? You like what I'm saying? It's eyes. Eyes does this. It ran all the way down and then it just took off. Of course, it had some news too to help it, but yeah, that's crazy. Woo! The Dow dips negative for May. So they just said dips negative. Insane. But anyway, so I got this pulled up so you can keep an eye on eyes and see where it goes. Second sight meds head in that direction. It's looking nice as I pull it down just a little bit so you can see. Just there you go. But yeah, so we are in the afternoon right now. I gave you the update a little bit ago. Of course, AMC said at 10:24. GameStop at 143. We were following that iPower a little bit ago, and then it kind of fell off on after it IPO'd. So let's take a look at WiseKey. Let's put that over here. We got eyes. Let's see. Yeah, because WiseKey is green, so we're just gonna watch it. But anyway, take a look at it, and then I'm gonna go grab lunch really quick. I'm gonna go grab me some lunch real fast. Take care of the dog, so forth, so on. So don't go anywhere. Hang in there, and then I'll come back. We'll get you all the way through the day. Then we're gonna do Coupang. Coupang, yeah, we followed Coupang. Back in the day, we did the IPO on that. A couple months ago. So anyway, I'm gonna do that. Coupang. We're gonna have the earnings, and I think it's Boom Suk Kim. Boom Suk Kim is the CEO. I want to make sure I say that right. It's BOMSUKKIM. So hopefully I said that right. But anyway, we'll be on. CEO will be on the earnings call later today, and we'll have that for you right here on the stream. And so thank you to each and every one of you so far. I appreciate all y'all. We got over 400 subs. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, get it. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. So thank you for that. But I'm gonna go get some fuel. Did you like what I just said there? I'm gonna go get some fuel, Timberwolf. Some fuel. And what I mean by fuel, I mean actually food, not the fuel that everybody's freaking out and saying that doesn't exist. Real, proteins, those things. So, but yes, I'll be back shortly. So hang in there. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. What up, y'all? Look at GameStop taking off right now on the chart. Check that out. Yeah. Heading up. Going up to that 155 mark. Let's see here. Let's get an update. Session movers, top one. We talked about it. CRIS. Yeah. Of course, I had that big jump up earlier when we was on that earnings call. And it's still up 61% right now. As for the Dow Jones, it's down 1.38%. The Nasdaq currently down 2.15%, and the S&P down 1.64%. So the index is still getting a hit, and the market is still down. We're seeing red pretty well across the board. Crypto market, Bitcoin's even down right now. Whoa, 54. Ethereum at 41. See Litecoin around the same, and then Doge down even more. So like crypto's even taking a little bit of a hit right now. Although look at SafeMoon, it's moving up right now. 4 zeros and a 1 with a $6 billion market cap. Yo. Taking a look at the market cap. Let's see where SafeMoon's moved to. SafeMoon currently on nomics.com listed at number 42. Number 42. Oh, some NFT news. I want to see what this is all about. It's an NFT article. Let's take a look at it. It says, introducing Facings, the NFT collection publishing platform, helping brands launch what collectors want. Is out of Detroit, Michigan. It says, Facings, a software as a service startup bootstrapped by employee-owned blockchain services company EOS Detroit, is officially announced to the world. Says Face is the easiest way for publishers and artists to leverage non-fungible tokens as a new digital medium for monetizing content and engaging with audiences. Facing's platform enables full-service NFT collection publishing where unparalleled quality control and user experience means launching what collectors want. It says as the world rushes into NFTs, the technology and tools do not exist to empower artists and publishers to imbue their own custom campaigns with the benefits of NFTs. Lack of technical know-how, lack of user experience, bad quality control, rigid payment options, and high minting fees stand in their way, says Robert Kuhnsdorf, co-founder and CEO of Facings. Facings has every tool publishers and artists need to unlock the potential of NFTs in their marketing and launch strategies, all in one easy platform and at an affordable price. Over the last year, non-fungible tokens have grown exponentially in popularity, popular usage and value, representing a new medium for creative commerce, brand engagement, and monetization of creative labor. NFTs have huge potential to evolve rights management, automate royalty distribution, and at their core, change the nature of ownership in the digital world, acting as a vehicle for physical goods on demand. Facings is poised to expand the market for NFTs by bridging the usability gap for both publishers and collectors. As leading NFT companies, including CryptoSlam, Super Rare Nifties, and Lazy, grab the attention of prominent investors and entrepreneurs such as Mark Cuban's VC entity Radical Investments, Facings is positioned as the go-to NFT collection publishing platform for the collection seeking to stand out from the rest. EOS Detroit has pledged $250,000 in seed capital to assist Facings in bringing its open beta to the market. Face will begin launching campaigns on behalf of select beta customers on a rolling timeline starting in May of 2021. So basically starting this month. To be notified of these events, sign up to Facey's Collector mailing list for so on. Stay tuned. So anyway, more collections launching. It says please. Okay, so that's just directing. So that's just kind of telling you a little bit about it. But anyway, so check that out. Some more NFT news. Facey's out of Detroit, Michigan. Getting in on an NFT game. They're showing the markets at this hour right now. Look. Oh, they just moved it. Never mind. They had it up there and I missed it. I was just like a hair late. But yeah, they were just saying, talking about tech stocks being crushed on CNBC. Worst day for the S&P 500 in almost 3 months. The S&P could post the worst week since October. Man. WISA, let's take a look at that. It's headed up. Look at that. Summit Wireless. And then started to go. It's up 44%.
Shut up and sit down.
Take a look at cost right now. Cost is up just a hair. Take a look at it. As we give you some of the update for everything that's going on. Of course, eyes. Eyes is the real big one. It's up 31% too. So look at eyes. Second Sight Med. It's coming back down a little bit, but still had a big day. I mean, look at the chart just running up. Looks like it's setting up for another run here because it's coming down towards the 200. Looks like it's about to curve off of it. You got a bottom, maybe to move up here. And so eyes might run again here just very shortly. Alrighty, I am signed up. It's official. Signed up and ready to go for the Coupang earnings later today. Coupang! Speaking of Coupang, let's see where Coupang is. CPNG. Come on. What's this right there? But let's take a look at Coupang. Let's go to the daily chart because it's so here's the thing. Coupang came out and it launched on that day one, that Coupang day we had. It launched right close to that 40 to 50, right at the close to that $50 mark. Had a run up, and then ever since, it kind of had a little G-dub action on the days, and then it kind of just started to head down. So Coupang just now sitting at again at a low of 34.97, which is the what I would see looks to be the all-time low. 34.97. But it's really setting 35.47. But the low today was the all-time low. So it's definitely got a chance that it could move back up at some point. And when it does, the thing could explode. But again, it's like the rest of the market. The rest of the market's down too as well. So we shall see with Coupang. Oh, and then there was one. Hey, we got somebody else on Stocktwits drinking the haterade. Drinking the haterade. I love it. It's so funny when we get that. We get people that do that all the time. They got The guy trying to troll on stuff. Yeah! That's funny. Yeah. So, somebody trolled on me. That's funny. That's hilarious. I love it. Yeah. By the way, they say talking about someone they're trying to troll on me, and I put, you jelly? Ya jelly? Somebody's jealous. Oh man, what's up with these like aggravated? I think it's the market. We got all these people on Stocktwits, like you post on the Stocktwits and then just saying, "Hey, yo, I'm giving you some information, hook you up, you know, give you some deets," and then they're like, these people get like so like, blah, blah, blah. Well, I know the market's bad. Don't rumble and grumble, okay? It's okay. Everything will be okay. It's all right. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you along the way. And so anyway, someone said 400 subs to the moon. And I said, yes, exactly. 400 subs to the moon, baby. Love it. I love it. I love it when people do that. It's funny. Oh, here we go. All right, so is it Marathon Digital shares is trading lower as crypto-related stocks fall. Technology and growth sectors have continued to sell off amid U.S. inflation concerns. Everybody's worried about inflation. It's like, it's inflation! Ah, inflation! Man. It's inflation! Craziness. Oh, I think I might have changed that person's perception of me a little bit. I think they were expected to be like, this person's being a blah, 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 and then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe this person's actually, maybe it's a little different. Maybe no, don't judge a book by its cover, yo. I do post out Stocktwits. I do post out, hey, yo, come check out my live coverage, but that's just to let people know, yo, hey, especially because that's where the coupang investors are, right? That's where the people are. That's where the investors are. They're checking out stocks. They're looking at that specific thing. So instead of me posting out into like an area where there's not a, it's just broad, right? I'm going to the specific area and say, hey, look, come on in. I got coverage for you. Check it out. Come check it out. This is for you. I do this for you. It's awesome. But yeah, so we have Coupang's earnings later on. We'll talk about it, listen to it, see what they say with Coupang. I'm kind of interested because, I mean, again, looking at it on the daily chart, Coupang kind of just, it's, hasn't had a great, I guess you would say, first quarter, first ever quarter, right, on the New York Stock Exchange. At least looking at the day chart. But we go to the week chart. There's only a couple. It's just straight down. But I don't know. Maybe we get something, a little something today. Riot blockchain shares are trading lower as crypto-related stocks fall. Technology's growth sectors have continued to sell off amid U.S. inflation concerns. We were just talking about that. So they're all freaking out. Like Bitcoin's coming down a little bit, but Doge down just a hair. Safe Moon, though. Don't forget about Safe Moon. Let's take a look at Hex. Where's Hex at right now? I'm gonna make sure this is up. I'm gonna refresh. Nomics has Hex at 5 cents right now. 53938 on Hex. All right, so let's take a look at. Let's go to BRN. BRN. Yeah. BRN. It's got a nice little head upwards here. It says 6.95% the last 5 minutes. Currently sitting at 37% gain on the day. So BRN Bardwell is doing very well. Excuse me, crypto. Are you still hanging in there? If you haven't pulled all your money out, put it in crypto yet, have you? It's like, is that where you wager? Like, oh man, I was just talking about BRN, and here it comes. Just a second later, Barnwell Industries shares are trading higher after the company reported Q2 EPS results up from last year. So there you go, Barnwell. Jesus, I sold all my stocks. I'm out of here. Oh, diamond hands. Come on now. Diamond hands. crypto. He's like, I'm going all in on Hex. All in. I'm all in. Oh. Sadly, I don't have diamond hands for stocks. Been burnt too many times. Too many times. He's like, shh, don't say anything. Don't tell anybody. My secret, right? I got you. Oh, man, this market, I'm telling you what. It's funny because I heard like Matthew Perry said yesterday on it, he was talking. I remember saying, it's like, this market is so bad, I don't know how someone can even YouTube, because Matthew Perry streams usually in the morning time, and then usually off the rest of the day, but he's, while he's, I guess, his normal, does his other gig, but anyway, he's like, I don't know how anybody could live stream throughout the full market right now. It's because he's like, what can you say that's good? And I was like, it was so funny because I was thinking about that, and I was like, you know what? Because I'm like, that's me. That's this guy. That's this guy trying to find something to talk about whenever the market's down. It's like, oh, what do we talk about? Well, oh, so about that. When all else fails, just switch to the horse racing. All right, so the Preakness is coming up on Saturday. You see what I did there? It's all else fails, talking about horse races. The Preakness is coming up on Saturday. There's a segue there. I'm just curious if they're gonna let. Did they announce yet? If they're gonna let the horse race and say anything about? Let's see. Let's see. I need to find out about if they changed it. I just want to know if they ended up kicking Medina Spirit, because they were all talking about the whole like horse racing steroid doping case, whatever. I don't know. Alright. Bob Vaffert says Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit was treated with ointment that contains steroid. It said trainer Bob Vaffert on Tuesday acknowledged his horse Medina Spirit was treated with an ointment containing a steroid in the days leading up to the Kentucky Derby. The statement because the racing official said the horse tested positive for betamethasone, a substance that violates race rules. Baffert said a veterinarian checked on Medina Spirit and treated the horse's dermatitis with the ointment Otamax, which contains betamethasone. Baffert said he learned the banned substance was in the ointment on Monday, and the horse was treated with it daily until the day before the Derby. While we do not know definitively that this was the source of the alleged 21 picograms found in Medina Spirit's post-race blood sample, and our investigation is continuing, I have been told by equine pharmacology experts that this could explain the test results. The statement said, as such, I wanted to be forthright about the fact as soon as I learned of this information. Still, Baffert maintains that the positive result had no effect on the outcome of the race. Medina Spirit is a deserved champion, and I will continue to fight for him. He said the horse racing world is anxiously awaiting the second round of test results, which will be performed at a different lab. If the second test positive, Medina Spirit could be stripped of its Kentucky Derby crown and the $1.8 million purse that came with it. The horse would then become just the second Derby winner to be disqualified over medication. Baffert previously denied treating the horse with a steroid and called Medina Spirit the victim of the cancel culture. But over his 4-decade career, his horses have been flagged with at least 30 medication violations. 5 of those were in the last year, though some were overturned on appeal. If the second test results are back in time for Saturday's race at Pimlico Racecourse, racing officials will decide if Medina Spirit can participate. The horse is blocked. Baffert's attorney told CBS News he'll likely file a temporary restraining order, forcing the matter into a courtroom. Something gonna come out of that. Something will come out of that. Anyway. Virgin Galactic shares are trading lower on continued volatility following its Q1 results earlier this week, and as investors weigh concerns of potential delays of its next test flight. And that's not even it, but old was it Kathy took out a whole bunch out of Virgin Galactic. It was like, nah, I'm good. Just pulled it out. I'm good. And so that might not have helped either. Keep that crypto secret. Got to get my fam in. I got you. Keep it a secret. Oh, I'm gonna say anything. Don't let it explode yet. Update. Regeneron highlights Libtayo demonstrated a significant improvement in overall survival in women with advanced cervical cancer after progression on chemotherapy, reducing the risk of death by 31% compared to chemotherapy in the overall population. So that just came in. This is Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. Currently sitting at up 1.9%. They're at $510.72. You know, we were talking about crypto. I'm up 15. 15. I'm working on 16, but almost 15,000 safe moon since Sunday. It's gonna be Gary says, what is the 15 MA? Okay, so the 15 MA. Alright, so I was talking about that earlier. So these right here are lines. If you look at this blue line and this green line right here, These are what we call indicators. So these are indicators. So like we can kind of tell like kind of how a stock does. These are basically called moving averages. So the blue one is the 15. All right, and the green one is the 200 EMA. So there's the 15 MA, which is blue, and then the 200 EMA, which is green. So the EMA is exponential moving average. Okay, exponential days, it's a large amount. So 200 days. So it goes back 200 days and looks at like the average over a 200-day period. This is the average over a 15-day period. And so if you watch them, you can typically tell like how a stock's going to do. So this stock right here, so eyes, all right? So eyes, if you look at eyes, you can see that the 15 is above the 200, which ideally is good. However, whenever the 15 starts heading towards the 200, all right, if it ends up crossing it, that is basically entering what we call bearish territory. It's going to actually start to go downward, all right? But when the 15, and then if I go right here, you can see it. Whenever the 15 moves over the 200 heading upwards, that's what we call bullish territory, which is usually a sign of bullish territory, which is a trend of the stock's going to go up. Okay, so those are the two trends that you want to see right there between the 15 and the 200 on the chart. There's also a thing called the VWAP, which is an average as well. You can check that up as well as the VWAP. You can use it. Some people use it. I honestly I don't really use it, but you can. That 15 to 200 to me is plenty enough to be able to kind of get an idea where everything's going to go. But so that should, hopefully that answers your question, Gardy. Get you a little bit more. That's the thing. It's just it's the technical analysis levels. Greg says I'm learning something new every day. Hey, I learn something new every day myself. I'm always learning new things. Hey, that's the best way to be. The more you know, the more you learn, the more knowledgeable you are. The better your chances of being successful in the market. Look at this. This is what we were talking about this earlier. Panic leading to gas shortages in the southeast. This is in Georgia. He's in Georgia right now. CNBC saying, "Oh, look at that." They're all saying, "It's panic, panic." Whatever. There's no gas shortage. I don't understand it. They're talking about the supply problem. There's no shortage. What are you talking about? Chevron. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. That ExxonMobil and Chevron. Both are up. It doesn't make any sense. Another manufacturing crisis. AMC! He said AMC! Another manufacturing crisis. Now they're saying, look. Now they're saying port container crisis. Port container. Rotten for farmers. Oh, wow. There's crises everywhere. Ah! Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't agree with them saying there's a gas shortage. There's no gas shortage. They're losing their mind. We have so much fuel, barrels of oil sitting there. Just get rid of the, if there's a shortage, just get rid of that. Just get rid of that and make the price go up. Yay. Anyway. AMC moving up at 1042 at a high of 1055, so it's heading towards the high right now. See if it can get there. Currently 2 hours and 19 minutes away from the end of the day, end of the regular trading hours. Yeah, so my poll that I put up yesterday completed, by the way. Crypto says there's they need a reason to keep raising the price of oil. Yeah, I know. That's what it is. But anyway, it says right here, I did my the crypto poll yesterday because I was asking which cryptocurrency do you like better, Dogecoin, SafeMoon, and Shiba Inu, and it finalized with Shiba Inu getting 68.2% of the vote, coming in first place, and then the second place Dogecoin at 18.8% of the vote, and then 12.9% coming in was SafeMoon. So SafeMoon wasn't far behind Dogecoin, but Shiba Inu seems to be the most popular. According to the poll. Of course, Shiba Inu has fallen 5 places on Nomics's list. As it's headed downward, it's down 22% in the last 24 hours. So it's come down pretty hard after that big popular run up. It's 4. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros and a 2. So 4 zeros and a 2. All right, so it's come down pretty hard. So Shiba Inu at a discount right now. Just saying. If you're looking at crypto is something that you're interested in, it is definitely at a discount. Let's see here. Kishu Inu is the new one. People are selling Shiba Inu for Kishu Inu. That's the thing. So like, I don't get it. It's like they're all trying to do a ripoff. Like it's like a ripoff of the other one, which is not helping the original one, and it's not like it's gonna help them because there's gonna be another ripoff one. Like you just need just one that's not like a ripoff, right? I feel like that's not really, I feel like that's a hype. That's like a hype thing, you know what I mean? Like if you're gonna get something, get something for a specific reason. Why? I feel like, and that's my thing. I don't know. These all these people jumping into these different dog ones. Yeah, it's just pump and dumps. Yep, that's it. Pump and dumps. 100%. But how crazy is if you go to Nomics and you look at Nomics, you look at their if you sort by the cheapest coin, the cheapest is SafeMoon that they have, at least price wise, and then it's number 43 on the list. Like, it's insane to think that how much further it is up on the list. And then the next, the number 2 cheapest was is on here is Shiba Inu, and they're 20th, but they're falling. So and fallen. Then you got BitTorrent, and Holo. Those are your accordionomics as far as like cheapest. So I'm curious, is like if you just want to look for something that just started, right? Like so say SafeMoon started like, you know, we said about 70 days ago, whatever. It's like I'll try to find a place where you can find, like Google it, find like the brand new, that just started, like day one crypto. Like where it's 0.00000. You're just like, I'm putting $10 into this thing and it's gonna be worth $1 million one day. $10. I just want to be like, hey, I invested in this company or this thing when it first started. Like, I just want to, like, I want to check that off my bucket list. Like, here's $10. Take my money. Just take my money. Here you go. Another crazy part of this whole thing is that people are paying 300 plus in Ethereum gas to buy and sell these coins. Smaller investors not making as much as you think. I know, right? Like, it's insane. And you're talking about, and we were just talking about gas prices. We were just talking about actual fuel, actual gas prices. And you're like, Ethereum gas is going up. Regular gas is going up. Everybody's like, yo, the EV market's hot. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Wild. Ooh, here we go. I just found us a thing called Top ICO List. They say it's like IPO, they call it ICO. So this is your one. Let me see. Let's see what it looks like. Look at this website. ICOs, yo. I got another name for it, yo. We got an ICO. Gordy says, this is crazy. The hedgies are crashing the market, trying to stop AMC from going up, and it's not working. I know, right? Look at AMC. Well, the high is 1055. It's currently sitting at 1045, 1046, right in that area. So, I mean, it's coming close to the highs. AMC is. Let's look at it on the, let's look on the hour chart. And so you can see AMC just kind of, it came down. And then it's just been on a nice upward ascending level. It's got to get past that 1125. 1125 is key. That's to try to get back to where it was going to be. So if you go to the daily chart, you can see what I'm talking about. That it's G-dub and is what's happening. So, you know, it was out. Here's the deal. It was on the daily chart. It stayed right in my channel. It fell out. And then now it's just G-dub. It had a small George W come up into a bigger George W where it comes down, a double bottom. It's at a nice level at 9 something. Right there, about 905, 913, whatever. And now it's heading up back to the 1125. So it's got to bypass at 1125. The next stop on it's going to be 1451. In my opinion, so based on the levels, 1451, and then maybe either continue upward or just come back down from there. So look for that in the future. HOFV has it came back to 3 to the pick me up. WTF? Oh man, I don't know. It's just kind of sitting. When we go to it, let's take a look at it. HOFV. It's just kind of, you know, just kind of hanging in there right now. That's it. Just, yep. come get my pick me up. Guy says, do you know how the shares float on AMC? How they float? Are you just talking about the float, like what the float is? So let's look at give me a second. I'll get it for you. Well, I'm pulling up the short volume right now for AMC. According to shortvolumes.com, if you go there, you can take a look at the current. This is as of May 11th. So as of yesterday, the short volume was 46% short volume. You had 15 million shorted, and a total of 33 mil yesterday total overall. So 46% shorted, which is pretty high. The AMC float. As shares flow right now is 417.6 million, according to Finviz. Finviz showing it. Shares outstanding 436 million. So there's that. Taking a look at some of the analysts and what they've done with AMC. Looking at some of the, let's see. The last one was April 5th of 2021. They gave B. Riley Securities gave AMC an upgrade from neutral to buy. Gave them from $7 to $13. So they've been upgraded. So that's based on analyst reports. And so you believe that AMC could hit? Do you believe that AMC could hit a 100K if it's squeezed? The price, not even in the realm of possibility. Amazon's not even that. You can't even. AMC is not Amazon. Even with the squeeze, AMC is not Amazon. Just say that. People like. Here's the thing. Some people take things they no offense. I have nothing against AMC. I'm invested in AMC 100%. Would I love to see that happen? Absolutely. Is it? Do I think it's in the realm of possibility? No way. Not even in the realm of. Here's the deal. So if you put AMC and GameStop side by side, you look at both of their squeezes, all right, or both of them, all right. So like if you took AMC and you would have put them in the same boat as GameStop, 100% in the same boat, despite their differences in pricing, right? When GameStop hit its top of like 500, right, which was like super high, all right, for GameStop. AMC, they're high around the same. If you kind of did the math or whatever, it would be about $50. in my opinion. Like, and that's based off the just math, like simple math, right? You just kind of put them side by side and do the math, the percentages, whatever, based on the same thing. Do I think AMC can skyrocket? Yes. Do I think they're going to increase? Yes. Why? Because everything's opening up, things are coming up. Do I do this 100,000 and whatever 1,000 stuff that people are throwing out there? I think is just would I love to see that happen? Absolutely. I would love. I've got plenty of shares. I would love for that to happen. Is that going to happen? Probably not. Probably not. It's just my opinion. Like I said, this is what you're going to see short term. And here's the thing, right? So if you look at the day chart, it was in this channel. That channel was a nice ascending channel. And then AMC just came out of the channel. When they came out, they George W'd and they hit the very bottom of that channel and made that basically resistance. So now, which is basically, for me, if you look at it, it's going to continue to be a resistance point along with the other key levels of support, which is 11.25. That's been a really big level, and 14.51. So, in my opinion, AMC going to test that. It's going to test at 11.25 mark probably in the next coming days. If you look at it, it's already on its way up there. It's going to test that in the coming days, and if it breaks it, it may use it as support. And if it uses it as support, then it may test 14.51. And then come back, and from there, the next stop is, well, if I have to pull this up, would be like 17, and there's 22 up here. But I think this 14.51's been a solid top. So I think that's becoming top. And now, if all of a sudden the squeeze happens and it explodes, do I think it could go to $50? Absolutely. I think there's no reason this could be like $50 to $100, in my opinion. Somewhere between 50, 100 at the max, in my opinion. If it went up and way and just launched, yeah, I'm diamond hands on that thing. So I will take that profit. But I'm just trying to be realistic. You know what I mean? Let's just be realistic. In my opinion, like, we've had so many opportunities to squeeze, but you have to have the perfect storm for that to happen. All right, when I say the perfect storm, you got to have, especially for the gamma squeeze with the options, you got to have a whole bunch of things to kind of work out for that to work. And then, obviously, the short borrow fee rate's insane, super high. So for people to actually continue short it, it's like insane. That's not smart business wise for them. But I don't know. Then the other thing you gotta factor in is you got places like Robinhood, which are having issues. Every time something starts to go up, they have to stop trading. So I mean, that's why I think, like, yeah, how nice would it be? But the odds of it, there's so much against it. That's the problem. There's so much against it. I want it to happen. I 100% believe in it. I would love for that to happen. But I just feel like it's one of those things, like, you want it, but the odds are like hitting the lottery, right? It's just my thing is, if you're investing in something, invest in, make sure it's something you care about, you like, and whatever. My thing is, don't get caught up in the hype. Invest in it because you believe in it. That's what I gotta think. Of course, look at it, 1062, so it's hitting highs today. So I mean, it is moving up. Like I said, I think you're gonna see it hit that 11.25. If it bounces off 11.25, then you'll know that that's pretty much a resistance level. If it continues up, it may make that support, and if it goes up there, it could hit 14.51. And from there, sky's the limit. I've been pretty accurate on AMC so far, based on my previous charting. So, but I would love for it. 100K? You know what? I'd lose my mind if it was 100K. Jack Trey says, I have 33,000 shares of SNDL at $1.18. I'm getting sick to see it goes down every day. Can you please give me any advice? Should I sell the bleep out? Thank you in advance. Okay, Jack. Jack. All right. So here's the deal. I bought it a little bit on a little high on that too as well. But let me tell you something, Jack. It's not just SNDL. The whole market's down, all right? Everything's down right now. So you can't just blame it on SNDL. Because here's the thing. If you sell, you're gonna take a loss. So you're automatically gonna lose money. Could you allocate that somewhere else? Possibly. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do. You got to make your own decision on that. But here's the thing with Sundial. Well, let me pull it out on a day chart because I have charted it as well, which I'm going to have to update the chart here. But a little bit. Just this right here, it broke out of its chain. But SNDL has basically been hanging in there under that 90-cent mark. And it kind of came down, right? So I might have to update this. I haven't updated it in a little bit. Let me move some stuff down here. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Because it's so hard to chart that. It looks like SNDL, based on this, you got this, and now it's hit it here again. That seems to be pretty solid. This right here is a nice level continuing up that way, so we have that chart as well. So, and then you had that floor, or that might need to get changed just a hair. Right there. There we go. So, as I update this a little bit on my charting. Alright. So, you've had, this has been a solid level right here. Looks like support has hit it. Bounced up and kind of broke it a little. So, retest it. So, right now it's on this downward trend, right? And, again, the bottom of this thing is 43. And, so taking a look at SNDL, you know, it's looking like it's going to make a decision sometime between now and May 31st of whether it's going to test this or if it's going to continue up and break through here and make this support again. And then from there, I mean, if you're looking at actual levels, this right here is a solid level. Right there. So $1.09, it looks like could be, if it breaks back in this channel, could test that $1.09 mark. From there, you know, the next levels $1.35 and so forth, so on. And then unless it all of a sudden just blows up, and then this would be the top, which is $1.90 something, whatever. But ideally, it's going to test somewhere in here. And sometimes these things will come down, they'll hit here, and then they'll bounce back through. Or it may even just break through before you get there and then go up right up through here. But that's what we're looking at level-wise on SNDL. So, to answer your question, you know, I say diamond hands, right? You know, it's hard to sell for a loss, but it looks like you might be able to make some of your money back here soon. It's gonna make a decision sometime in the near future. Hopefully that gives you a somewhat of a better outlook. You can make your decision from there. With 33,000 shares of SNDL, it's quite a bit amount. Large amount of shares. There you go. But it has bottomed here a little bit and it's trying to go back up again. But this is the floor. 43.6 is the floor. What's going on with HOFV? Uh-oh. Juan's like, yo! Do you think earnings will be good? Juan said S on HOFV. I hope so. It'd be great. He already says, I thought so. Okay, I think SNDL is a long-term hold, according to Guardy. Yep, there you go. Oh, nice. Just a quick second here. Apologize for the screen disruption. I want to fix this. 1 second here. Everything got all jumbled on the screen. I was you had to do that, didn't you? Figures. This does this all the time to me. Alright. No, I was installing something on my computer. I just found something pretty cool for crypto. I had to hit the old approve it on my computer. When I did, it shot everything away. All right. There we go. We're back here up and running here. Fixing all my stuff. Let's see here. Do you think SNDL will be delisted? Oh, do I think it? No, I don't think. I mean, I get it that they're under the threshold. You have so much time. Here's the thing, right? So with anything like that, Second Sight Med product. Hold on, one sec. Second Sight Med product shares high after company now say 2 years. Okay, yeah, we already knew that. All right. Anyway, so here's the thing. Do I think they get delisted? No. What they'll probably end up doing, and at the end of the day, and this is something that's it's a potential for any stock out there that has that chance of being possibly delisted. They'll reverse stock split. They'll be like, hey, is that good for shareholders? No, not at all. I'm not saying that's going to happen. No, I'm not saying it's going to happen. But that's usually what happens before when a company gets in that situation where they've been under that for a while, and then they choose to do that. So if that ends up happening or whatever, that would just mean that's so however many you said 33,000 shares, right? So say they want to move it up, I don't know, 1 to 10 or whatever. You would now have what 3,300 shares instead of 3,300. So and then the price you'd have the same amount of value, but you would just have less shares, right? The price would just move up higher than what it is, and that and they keep that for so many days, and then they're good again. That's usually what happens. So I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but that's a thing that could happen. Juan says, don't get caught up in the hype. What did you do with Doge? We got screwed, Doge. What did I do with Doge? Well, I mean, I'm diamond hands on. That's what I did. Came into Doge, only on the hype. Beep happens. Yeah. So I found something. Once. Oh, here it is. All right, I'm pulling this up.
Shut up and sit down.
One second, let me type this in. Alrighty. Oh, this is cool. I just gotta play around how to use it. So I just downloaded this thing called Crypto Watch desktop. It's a I guess you can put all the different stock charts on a it's kind of like WEBULL right here. I can put all the different, but it's all crypto charts. And it's like live real time with level 2s and everything. I literally just found this by accident. Like by total accident. I just gotta figure out how to use it, that's all. Oh, what the heck? That's not what I wanted to do. Anyway. I'm going to bring this on the screen just to see what I'm talking about. So check this out. This is all like tickers that are moving in the crypto market. And then it's also got like, hold on, let me pull this up, make sure I get this right. They have like a, so this is Bitcoin, right? Yeah. So you can look at Bitcoin, look at the level 2s. That's pretty cool. And then they have, I was trying to see if I might be able to edit it to whatever I want here. And then they have like a watch list where it does this. Like Binance, COINBASE, so you can look at the different pricing. Oh man, I must be allergic to crypto. I just sneezed right there. I'm allergic to this whole market, but anyway. It's still pretty cool because it shows the different ones. And so you can look at them, the different prices. That's pretty sweet. Nice. There's just a few cryptocurrencies I want to put on here that I can find that I think would be nice to. Oh, I think I might have figured it out now. Yeah. Sweet. All right, crypto. If you're still in here, start throwing out some crypto names. Throw them out there. Major ones that I should add. I'm gonna make a ticker. It's a whole bunch of crypto tickers that just to follow. I'll put them on here on this screen, and then let's go. I'll make myself a nice one that I can just view and see where everything's at. It's just a sweet, nice like lookup. I don't have to like search or anything. I just look at the screen and boom, there it is. Set myself up. This is sweet. I like this. I'm gonna have to. I have to figure something out on how to get this where I can just click on it and it pops up on the screen. All right, we are an hour and 23 minutes left in today's trading day, and I am updating this crypto. This thing's sweet. This is so cool. Like it's very similar to this right here, but I'm trying to figure it. But it's a little cooler because it shows like the actual update as well for other things that that they don't have on WEBULL. So I'm gonna figure something out here how to get this on the screen where I'm not taking up like any space, whatever. So I'm just gonna play around with it a little bit, try to figure this all out. It is all updated in real time. All right, so crypto, you're talking about this Kishu Inu, and I typed it on in Onomics today. Is it KISHU? Is that correct? Anyway. I don't think it's in here anyway. Alright, so here's what I created. Alright, now, obviously it shows the exchange that it's on, right? So, like, so if you look, you're gonna see a little bit different. WEBULL, for some reason, so look at DOGE. 43 cents, DOGE got 44 right here. So, this is Binance. So, I use Binance for the majority of them, right? Except for, obviously, Hex doesn't have it on Binance. And SafeMove's not on Binance, so. But everything else on Binance, so I use Binance. To take a look at it. To give you, this is all just updated, you know. It's just a little, I don't know if this is delayed here and this is the real thing. I'm not, you know, again, I don't know. Again, or it could just be a different price difference in between that and this, whatever. But regardless, here is the, you got Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Doge. This is Binance Coin, which is BNB. And then we got the Hex right here. We got Shiba Inu right here, and then we have SafeMoon. So, which SafeMoon is a little different than what you're seeing up on your screen. I don't know on the website if it's delayed or how that works, but it's showing 7 cents. And like, so if I go, like that says again, that says Gate IO, so that's what they're offering at, and it's 0.0. That's a 5 zeros and a 7. Mine shows valued at 5 zeros and an 8. And the screen up there shows 5 zeros and a 9. So it's like 3 different prices on SafeMoon. But regardless, there's that. That's a pretty cool chart. At least, you know, I can pull up charts and all kinds of stuff, level 2s, whatever. But that's pretty sweet. That at least I can have this in my my tools, my toolbox. All right, Brie Marie, yo, how are you? It says, do you know if AMC should be bigger than GME based on numbers of everything? Do I think it should be bigger? In my opinion, I mean, that's the thing. Like, here's the thing, right? AMC has the better chance to squeeze. All right. So at the end of the day, AMC has the better chance to squeeze based on all the numbers and everything, right? Based on, just pure straight up fundamentals. But at the grand scheme of things, GameStop, is at it where it's at because, people, they shot it up with everything that happened back in January, kind of shot it up, and they're holding it there, right? Everybody's kind of holding it there. That's the reason why it's there. Now, here's the thing. A lot of analysts have said GameStop are putting $25 price targets on it, right? They're all saying, oh, it's going to be $25. In that instance, then you would say, yes, AMC is bigger. Hey, that's but just price-wise, it's just not that way right now. So, hopefully that answers your question. That's, you know what I'm saying? It's fundamentally, AMC has a better chance to squeeze. Better chance to explode. It says, let's see here. Are our numbers bigger than GME's when it's squeezed? I suck at this. LMAO. I have $3,500 in AMC just cause Trey's trades. I got you, Trey. Trey's like, he's just, I'm all in. Brewery's like, I'm all in. Oh, nice. It's gonna text us from AT&T. Great news! You have 5G now. It's just nice. Thank you, AT&T. Great news. Speaking of which, I should probably charge my phone. It's about to die. But it's like I said, AMC's got a better chance to squeeze. So. If I had to pick, and I already have, again, because I'm in on AMC, right? If I had to pick between the two, right, and I had no choice but to choose one or the other, I would choose AMC. And that's, in my opinion, I'm not a financial advisor, but it's based on all the fundamentals, all the statistics. It's based on listening to the CEO and where he stands on everything and what he's really been trying to do and the adaptation that he's made. Here's the thing with GameStop, there's still some uncertainty. That's the problem with GameStop. There's a lot of uncertainty. Yes, there, if I can say that. But yes, because here's the thing, right? They're still trying to figure a lot of things out and whatever. GameStop is trending on Twitter. I don't know why though. Look at Twitter. Gardy says trending on Twitter. They are. No, that's not what I wanted. GME. I can't even type. Come on now. What's going on with GameStop? That was this morning. Someone, this was posted this morning at 2:56 a.m. Putting GameStop AMC mania behind. Hedge funds are looking beyond equities for short bets. Oh, it looks like GameStop's got a new game, and they're says the groundbreaking sci-fi epic returns. Mass Effect. They got a game. There's a game coming out. So that's what it is. HOFV coming down to pick. Yeah, it's coming down. Does it happen by the end of the day? I don't know. I don't know how to use Twitter. I was left in Facebook. I'm left in Facebook age and never left. Like, I'm stuck in Facebook. What's that? So. Whew. According to Binance, Shiba Inu is down 32% right now, according to Binance. 32%. That's insane. So yeah, the crypto markets, so everything's down. Like if I look across the board, according to this Crypto Watch desktop thing that I downloaded, which is pretty sweet. Giving everything in real time, I like that. But everything's down. But Hex, everything's down. I mean, it's just insane. Out of 8, I'm following 8 stock tickers on here that I think are prominent ones to follow. Every one of them down, except Hex, which I was told to shh about earlier. But anyway. Brie Marie says, if Safe Moon ever hits a penny, I'll be a millionaire. Oh, nice. You got a lot more Safe Moon than I have. You have a lot more than I have. Wow, a lot more than I have. When did you get in on it, Brie Marie? When did you get in on Safe Moon? Brewery's like, 0.0000000. Like, let's see here. I'm gonna count the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just kidding. Wait, you just said no. You just said screw it. Just bought a lot of it. Like, I'm buying a lot of it. All in. Point. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 3. Nice. Nice. So you got like half the price that I did. Like half price. You got a half price. 5 zeros and a 3. Yeah. 5 zeros and a 3. You like that? Yeah. Yeah, you got it like half price. You got it like way cheaper than I did. I'd have the double the amount of Safe Moon if I'd have went in it. But I'm actually thinking about buying more here very soon. I'm probably gonna get in some more. I'm kind of pumped about it. I think Safe Moon's where it's at. I had 4,500 Doge, but Robinhood beep me. Oh, man. All right, so for me to get there with you, to be a millionaire, and I took off what I already had. If to get to a penny and maybe become a millionaire, that would I would need $652. So basically $650. So if I had $650 to my safe moon, that would be just enough to get me to where I would get exactly $1 million if it hit if it hit a penny. 1 million. Of course, here's the thing, right? So here's the thing you gotta keep in mind. So when that happens, you can't just sell all of it, right? And I tell you why you can't just sell all of it. Because here's the thing, right? Like, so what's gonna happen is you're gonna try to sell it, right? It's only gonna fill part of your order, right? Because that's the thing. Like, it's not gonna sell. 1 million is not gonna just disappear, right? Like that, right? So like, it's only gonna sell partial. And then as those shares are filling, the stock price is actually going down. So that you're not gonna get that full price that you would have had, when you sell it. So you gotta make sure that you're only doing just a little bit. The other thing is smart. A lot of investors they only sell like half. So they take like half, or they'll maybe a quarter, or you know what I mean, out, whatever, or 3/4, whatever. However they do it, they don't take the whole thing out. It's just a little bit, and to leave the rest in there in case it does continue to grow, because then you make more money, right? So that's another thing to kind of keep in mind is don't just sell it all at once, because it doesn't quite help you. So keep that in mind when that thing goes up. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are into Power Hour now, and it's Power Hour! Yeah, get it. And we got 53 minutes left in today's market, and then we're going to get ready for the Coupang's earnings special, yeah. Coupang. Oh, someone posted a picture of moon shoes. It's having to see that moon shoes. It's gonna help you go to the moon. Oh, it's like, hey, yo, talking about like DOGE, the safe moon. Oh, I'll show you a way to get to get to the moon. Buy some moon shoes. Oh, that was a big thing back in the day. Moon shoes. Shiba Inu just keeps falling. 34%. It just keeps going down. At what point do you think about saying, maybe I should get into that? Maybe when it gets like cheaper than Safe Moon. Is it cheaper than Safe Moon? It's not far away. It's really not far away at all. It's 4 zeros and a 2. And, Safe Moon, well, on the, it says saying, on the screen you're looking at right now, it says, 5 zeros and a 9, so it's not too awful far away. Alrighty. I just I was checking out this Gate.io. I'm looking at it because it kind of came up. I was like, hey, place you get safe in. So I was curious to see what it was all about. It looks like a pretty sweet setup here. So it's another way. Oh, there's a thing called Safe Mars too now. It's Safe Moon, now I got Safe Mars. So it's like, you know, let's rip it off. Safe Mars. Oh, Safe Mars. All right. I'm kind of liking this Gate.io. That's pretty sweet too as well. I kind of like the way it's set up. I have to play around with that a little bit more. All right, so we're 36 minutes away from the end of the market day today for regular business hours trading, and then we're gonna get into the after hours. Gonna have the Coupang earnings for you today, and then yeah, so I'm talking about, and then we'll be ready for tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is a Thursday, but Coupang earnings. We'll see where that goes. But one, if you're still in here, HOFV 309. 309 right now. And it is on its way down. Hopefully, Friday we'll get some good earnings on HOFV. And then Monday, we'll have that call. And then it'll explode. And we'll make some monies, hopefully. That's the goal. Watching cruise stocks as traders circulating CDC document for cruise ship guidance indicated as being reviewed May 12th. Blog for Royal Caribbean Cruises details updates provided by CDC. SPYs here dropping below that 718. Look at it. Coming down. HOFV headed down. The whole market's down, 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 down. Even the crypto market's headed down. Look at this. Everything's just going way down right now. Is everybody just like, look at, I mean, ICE is coming back. It was up quite a bit today. But wow. The markets are just insane right now. All right, Gardy says everything is down but AMC and energy stocks. That's true. and AMC's kind of pulling back right now too. That's the crazy thing about it. It's just like I'm looking around like looking for something, and I'm like, there's just nothing. I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. Like, I'm trying to find something to talk about. I'm like, everything's just down. Colonial Pipeline says it has no plans to pay the hackers ransom to decrypt data. Ooh. I'll read that here in just a second. Let me finish typing this in here. All right, Matthew. Robinhood charges fees to trade and sell. Such bull honky. I hear you. That's true. It's insane. I'm not a big fan of Robinhood by any means. President Biden wants a bipartisan deal on infrastructure, which you've been talking about for a while. Infrastructure is a big key to fixing a lot of the things that we got going on across the country. Off topic here. So HOFV, by the way, it come down and it just started turning around here all of a sudden. It's gonna miss your pick me up, man. It's gonna miss it. Anyway. Yeah, I am not a fan at all of Robinhood, and I personally think it was funny. I was talking about Robinhood in a couple months. They were talking about IPOing on the market, and I said, "Oh, how many peeps gonna be shorting Robinhood?" Ooh, yeah. Someone said, "Oh, they'll make sure that they're not allowed. They don't do any shorting on the stock, whatever." I was like, "Oh, it's because they're scared. They're scared. They know what we gonna do." All right. Was there a sell-off yesterday? Yes, it's been a sell-off like crazy over in this whole past month has been downhill, but you can see it big time. Look across all these. Some of these stocks are insane. Like they've been down. Okay, so put it this way: the Dow was down 1.7% yesterday, which was like one of the biggest moves downward since March of last year. And then today it's right now it's down 2%. 2%. The Nasdaq's down 2.6%. The S&P's down 2%. These are typical indexes that only move like 1%, 0.2%, like whatever. They're literally moving like full percentages, like legitimately. It's insane. I mean, let's put it this way. All right. All right, so I have a picture. This was March 16th, all right? This is like COVID, March 16th, all right? March 16th. I took this photo, all right, of the Dow Jones, all right? This was a CNBC, all right? March 16th of 2020. This is right when COVID hit, all right? Right when COVID started like exploding, right? All right, and everything was shutting down and da-da-da-da. Look at this. The Dow was at 20,120. And it went down 3,000 points in one day. Insane. All right. It's down 600 points. Put that in perspective. All right. It's down 658 points right now. And it's 33,621. So while we are still way far off from that, right? We are way far off from that. But we are still way down from what we were, right? That's the easiest way to think about it. Gardy says, could the reason for them to make as much money as possible so they can have the money to cover from all of the shorting with most of the stock squeeze? Oh, you're funny. Oh, that could be. That's why they're saying, hey, we need to IPO so we can cover the squeeze. Gardy, way to pick up on that one. I like it. It's the reason they're IPOing to make all this money is because they need to afford the squeeze. Ha 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 ha. Love it. But we're still a long ways off from where we were March 16th, 2020. All right. I took that screenshot because it was the biggest drop that the Dow had ever seen. At least in either ever or a long time. So I took that picture. Matter of fact, what did I? All right, so listen to this. This is what I said. All right, this is what I posted out. I said the stock market just had. This was on March 16th. All right. This is just a little over a year ago. I said the stock market just had its worst day since 2 months before I was born in the year of 1987, by the way. Y'all can do the math, but 1987. I was like, the Dow just had the single worst day ever, closing just a few points shy of minus 3,000 points in a single day. I said, just before it closed, I took this picture of the Dow down over 3,000 points, hashtag stock market crash 2020. That's insane. So just to tell you, we're still way above that. We're still way above that. I mean, that's a historical day. That was literally a historical day. And I have it saved. I saved on my Facebook for future reference. that's kind of part of the reason why I did it, because I'm like, down the road, I may want to look back at this. And it's funny now that I think about it, because I actually am. But it's just take that we are down, and we're like, oh man, everything's down. But we're a long, far cry off away from that, right? It's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. So I guess it's an optimistic look on things to go back and look at when something was terrible and say, okay, well, we're bad, but we're not terrible. But at the end of the day, I mean, we just, the market's gonna flip back and start heading back the other way. It's just, there was a big push up, because we had some downward movement, a big push up, and now it's coming back from that. So there you go. All right, so we're 16 minutes. 16 minutes. yeah. Okay, so Guardian says, explain to me what the bid size and the ask size is. You just want to know what the ask and the bid is, like right here, like this right here on the screen. So I mean, the ask is what people are asking for. That's the asking price. So this is what people want to sell it for. Bids what people want to buy it for, and this right here, this is on level 2s. So what you're seeing on your screen right now is you're looking at the level 2s. The level 2s, this how many shares are being bought at that price, right? Or wanting to be bought at that price, trying to get filled. These are how many that are selling at this price, and then it gives you what this is right here. So you can see this, and then this right here, as far as the sizing over here, is showing just how much volume at those levels, right? So this is prices. So look, if I go in, you can see 10, 33, 34, 35. This is just basically another visual of this right here. So that's what the bid and the ask is. So it's just what people are willing to pay, what their put their orders in at. For buying it, and what they're putting their orders in at for selling it, and that's what this is over here called level 2s. Someone put, I think the market, I just see this on Stocktwits. Someone put, I think the market is in a panic sell-off right now. Everybody, let's just talk about the market in general. Whew. What's CNBC saying? Major, here we go. Alright, so here's what they're showing right now. This is a NASDAQ composite. That's the composite. S&P 500 on track for worst 3-day performance since October. They're talking about October. Here's everything. Dow Industrials, look at this. It's down 623 points. The NASDAQ composite, look at all this craziness. Market sell-off is what they've got right there. Market sell-off. Whew. That's the composite. That's, you know. Yeah, it's a NASDAQ. That's actual NASDAQ right there. 13,000. So, yeah, so it's I'm looking at it right now. The same way that they're looking at it. It's, oh, wait, is that the S&P? Oh, that's the technology S&P. So, anyway. It's, it just shows you. Everything's crazy. Dow, S&P 500 trading 4%. Above the all-time high. This is from all-time high, so but all S&P sectors are lower. It's just wild to see the difference. It says I missed everything you said. It just lagged the whole time. Did you are you having trouble loading? I'm just going to turn off CNBC. That might help a little bit. I don't know. We're at a little over 9 minutes, by the way. gotta move it here. LHDX. Let's take a look at LHDX real quick. LHDX as we're look at this. Woo! LA. Yeah. Coming in hot right here. It's suspended. It got halted too. 723. LHDX getting halted just before the end of the day. Are they just gonna hold it all the way? So a lot of times, the last time I saw a halt that was real close to the end of the day, they just waited. They just halted it all the way to the end of the day, and then they let it go. So, so it might be a little bit longer than your typical halt. So keep that in mind. But it was halted on a looks like a circuit breaker there. It just kind of boom. But yeah, Gardy, I don't know if you're I don't know if you heard what I was saying earlier, but like over here, if I go to HOFV, these are the level 2s. This is the bid and the ask. The bid is what these are orders that people are putting in. This is how many shares, whatever, for this price, whatever. So this is showing you how many have been put in. This is how how many are wanting to sell, and this is their orders. And so that's so the ask is selling, the bid is buying, and this up here shows basically the difference in or how much volume of this and how much volume of that. And that kind of gives it to you on a scale. So you can even see down here, like the volume is based on these like red and this green. So look right here, this one's huge, 31,500. So it's filled, right? Like huge. So it's got a lot of green on it. So that shows you just basically how much there is. And you can look at that. And that's the difference of what orders are coming in and this and so yeah. So hopefully you heard that, but that's to answer your question. I said something about you had some lagging issues or something. I don't know what happened there, but there's that. We are at the just over 5 minutes. Hi-Fi said, I just couldn't look today. You know, Timberwolf was asking where you were at earlier. Timberwolf is in here, like, where's Hi-Fi at? Just wanted to hop in and say hi. Hi-Fi, how you doing? Welcome. I'm gonna be doing the Coupang earnings here in just a few minutes. Coupang, you remember Coupang? We're gonna be doing that. The earnings coming up today, so we'll be popping into the Coupang earnings here in just a few minutes. So Hall of Fame, HOFV equals hold on for value. Yeah, get it. Hold hodl. So yeah, but Timberwolf was asking something about your B. Want to ask something about your B's, but so I don't know if Timberwolf's still in here. But hey, Timberwolf, if you're here, Hi-Fi's in the house. Hit up the live chat. Whoa, Seth Rogen getting into the news right here. Look at this, Seth Rogen's cannabis company Houseplant. So Roberto Lugo collaborate on ceramic smoke accessories. So Seth Rogen on the cannabis market, getting in there. One says, speaking of HOFV, can I at least get 310? Well, it had a low of 308. It had a low of 308. Yeah, he was saying he missed Hi-Fi. He said, yeah, once said, yeah, I heard it. Gordy says, okay, I got you. I got it now. I got you. I said LHDX halted a little bit ago. Look at this. They finally came across the wire there. Halted on the circuit breaker. I got to it before the news got to it. Dow down 2.6%. NASDAQ down 2.77%. S&P 500 down 2.22%. Man! Market sell-off is in occurrence right now. New and savvy crypto investors are coming to BlockFi to digitize their dollars. Ooh. I'm about to read up on that. Yeah, I'm gonna read that a little later on. That's a long article, but I want to read up on that. Anyway, We are getting close to the 2-minute warning. We're almost to the 2-minute warning. Yeah. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning right now. 2 minutes left in the market. So here's how it's gonna work. All right, I'm gonna give you as I get it a little closer here, so you can see as we're getting ready to go into the after hours here. This is halted. This is probably just gonna be halted all the way through. Within HOFV there. So anyway, we're looking at them. So here's what's gonna happen. All right, we're going to I'm gonna give you the rundown, and then it'll be the top 4 at 4. All right, then I'm gonna bolt out here and get ready to jump into the Coupang earnings. It's actually I got another YouTube stream's already set up. It's already ready to go. So you're more welcome to, as soon as this show ends, you can jump out and jump into the other one and be ready to rock. And we'll take you all the way through on Coupang's earnings. Coupang's earnings are a little later than normal. I mean, 5:30 is their call, so it's going to be a little bit later evening tonight, but it is what it is. So we'll get that in there. But I do coverage starting at 4:10 Eastern Standard. I'll take you all the way through the end of the call. So going to be an interesting evening. Alrighty. Thirty seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ring that closing bell, ladies and gentlemen. It is 4 p.m. on this Wednesday, Hump Day, May 12th, 2021. And let's get into it. AMC closing out today at $10.27, up 2.19% with 53.36 mil in volume with a high of 1062 and a low of 1003. All right, taking a look at GameStop. GameStop's actually down today, 144.51. Down 1.64% with 2.65 mil in volume with a high of 150.49 and a low of 142.23. All right, we always follow our HOFV. Yeah, we do. HOFV down though. Finished today $3.14 down 7.37%. 3.24 mil in volume with a high of 351 and a low of 308. Now, LHDX, I guess they finally let it on halt. Right? As soon as it gets to the end there, they undo it. Heading up already in the after hours, so off that circuit breaker. So you might see that continue upward as we're sitting here watching the stock start to explode there. But LHDX was up 44% in the regular hours, already up 5% in the after hours. So check that out. 79 mil in volume. That thing is exploding. All right, so we're going to come over here. We're going to go down through the list here. Savara, let's take a look at Savara. Savara was down 4.94%. BlackBerry's down 4.34%. Cost is down 2.68%. So just get used to hearing down, because you're going to hear that for a little bit. Down 5. DLPN down 5.83. SNDL down 8.21. CSCW down 3.81. Winesky down 0.27. I see here, PLTR actually was down 6.63. Viacom down 1%. SHIP was down 6.42% at $1.02. Shoo. And then Coupang, which we're going to be following here very, very shortly as LHDX. Look at that thing explode. Coupang, we're going to have the earnings here just a few minutes. I'll be flipping over into that, so be ready for that. And then let's see here. So Coupang is down 2.65%, but it's actually already heading up into the after hours. So people probably getting excited about the earnings. But crypto markets down too. Bitcoin down 6%. Ethereum down 7%. Litecoin down 10%. Dogecoin down to 8%. Oh my, everything's down. Everything's down. It's down, ladies and gentlemen. Second Sight Med had a big day. Eyes, it actually went up 27%, so it was good. COINBASE, taking a look at them, down 6.4%, and Tesla down 4.42%. As looking at the Dow Jones Industrial, it actually closed today down 1.99% at 33,587. So it went down 681 points. NASDAQ was down 2.67% at 13,031, down 357 points. Then you had the S&P 500 down 2.15%. It is 4,062, down 89 points. Man, what a sell-off, ladies and gentlemen, in this market. Now let's get into it as we look at the top four. According to Stocktwits. According to Stocktwits, and I'll tell you that it's top 4. Let's take a look at the rankings as we update it here. Let's see. Ding, 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 ding. Number 4. We just talked about it. LHDX, Luceria Health, up 50.562, which is still moving, but yeah, it's up. Then you had number 3, Ethereum. Crypto, Ethereum X. It was down 0.81%. You had the S&P 500 was actually number 2 on the list. It was down 2%. And then you had number 1 overall, UVXY ProShares Trust Ultra VIX short term, up 26%. So the VIX was up, and that's pretty big. So all the other stuff's down, so that was up. So that's the big trending tickers right now on Stocktwits. So yes, insane day in the market. Insane. All right, y'all. With that being said, I had to bolt out of this stream and go get into the other one to get ready for Coupang, so we can get the Coupang earnings to get ready to rock with that. So, all right. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hi-Fi, Guardy, 1. Let's get in here. We had Matthew was in here. Brie Marie was in here. Let's see as I continue to go up. Jack Tran. Let's see here. Crypto E. Timberwolf. Crystal was in here earlier today. We had Cap Crunch was in here. Ronald was in here. We get a whole bunch. The Real Samafia. Let's see. Was in here. I'm going to try. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody here. We had a lot of peeps. Ari was in here. I can't even pronounce this. I'm going to say SK was in here. We had OG in here. Let's see. John was in here. Man, so many people. Craigslist. Hey, we had someone from Craigslist 13 was in here. Craigslist. Adam was in here. I'm going through them all.